ये है हापुड़ स्थित धौलाना में CIDC यानी कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल का कौशल विकास केंद्र। और अपनी तकदीर बदलने के लिए कड़ी धूप में मशक्कत करते ये बच्चे, इन सब का सपना है।
Good morning, good afternoon, or good night. Local time is right now. I am happy and honored to share with you this presentation, Technological Acceleration of the Ready-Mix Concrete Industry Due to the COVID-19 Pandemic, Our Story, the Guatemalan Experience. And to begin with, Guatemala and India, we live far, far away. We are not less than 15,000 kilometers apart from India. For sure, more than 24 hours flying from one place to another. For sure, different customs, different traditions, but unified by concrete. Elaborating concrete, that's done probably the same way anywhere. So Central America is that tiny piece of land between North and South America, the Central American Isthmus. You could see here Mexico and Colombia, these little 6-7 nations that conform the Central American Isthmus is very, very small. And so tiny, so small that a storm, in this case, the latest storm, Iota, that hit us just 2 weeks ago and covered the entire Central American Isthmus. So that shows the magnitude in one hand of the storm. The storms are big now these days, and also the size of our countries that are very small. And here's Guatemala, my country. So small compared to India, 17 million people and 108,000 square kilometers. That means that we are 30 times smaller in size. But it's a very shaky place because we are among 3 geological plates. You could see here the North American plate, the Caribbean plate, the Cocos plate. That means lots of quakes and earthquakes and lots of volcanoes, almost 40 volcanoes in that territory. At least 3 of them are active. So greetings to all from the beautiful Guatemala City, the capital of my country, Guatemala. Here we'll see a small introduction and background on the subject that we are talking about today. In the year 2020, everything was okay. Everything was going well. Everything in January, February of this year was good. But then, you know, disaster. Disaster struck us everywhere. And here's a map on how the cumulative cases look like around the world these days. US, Europe, South America, Central America, Asia, India in particular. You know, almost 60 million cases around the world, 1.5 million deaths globally. That's a lot. In my country, in Guatemala, the numbers you see are small numbers, maybe for everybody, only around 110,000 cases, nearly 4,000 deaths. Fortunately, 100,000 people have recovered from the pandemic. But in a small country as Guatemala, those numbers are large. And here we could see the daily cases and the daily deaths in Guatemala. You could see here the peak of the cases and the deaths were in July, mid-July of this year, around almost 1,500 cases and a little over 40 deaths a day. That's on July. And you could say how has been diminishing. But yeah, looks like we are not even in the second wave yet. So here it looks only down, but we are expecting a second wave, as everybody. So we'll see what happens. So this has terrible effects on every country in the world. The first reactions on March and April were lockdowns and curfews, and that's how our cities and towns look like over here. I suppose that's how it looked in every place in the world. You know, empty streets, empty buildings. That's how it looked here in March and April of this year. And the ready-mix industry, what were the first reactions? It was a shock. What could we do? No more construction projects, everything stopped. And what we start to do as an industry? And after the shock, we thought helping with cleaning the streets with lots of water and soap was the solution and was a great idea, maybe. So we didn't know at the time if that could help with something. Maybe, I suppose, at least was a psychological help, but unfortunately, not more than that. And for sure, nothing that will help our industry in the financial numbers. But at the time, we have the trucks, we have the people, so we try to help. And you could see our budget and our sales, how it looked like through the year 2020. As I said before, it seemed like a great year. You know, here in January and February, we were over the sales budget, 111, 110%. So it looked great. But with the pandemic, you could see the numbers here, the worst months from March to July, being April, the worst of all the months here in sales on ready-mix concrete. Then from August up to date, everything seems to be rather normal, but the damage has been done already. So we estimate we'll close around 85% of the original budget. Maybe not as bad as we estimate on April, because we thought in April that maybe getting to 50% was a good number, but we are getting around 85%, not as bad. But the pandemic has hit us hard, as everybody. Interestingly enough, the cement industry seems to be recovering to the original estimation. The cement industry is getting around 100% of the budget. Could you imagine that? But let me tell you that our market here in Guatemala is a strong cement in bags market. We sell a lot of cement by the bag. So maybe that explains the recovery of the cement sales. Or in fact, maybe the cement never stopped to be sold during the pandemic. I think that's what happened. The small market continued to construct here in our cities and towns. But we have to take action. And the projects open again as early as May 2020, taking the proper precautions, temperature measurements 3 or 4 times a day, a responsibility signature from every worker, health service daily, hand and shoe soles washing every hour or so. Even on the helmets, you could find valuable information, even using different colors, ID codes, week number, working area, working sub-area, type of activity, that kind of things. And let me tell you, our construction industry in Guatemala, including ready-mix industry, is very conservative and rather slow, so to speak, where the decisions on the way to improve with new methods and new initiatives could take months, years, maybe. So we have to find new ways to work because we were trying to rescue the year 2020. And we did. is starting with the easy things to do, the cost reductions. We'll see some examples here. For example, starting with the compressive strength. We sell the majority of our concretes by compressive strengths, and it's one of the most important parameters that we measure in plants and projects. In our case, we sell by minimum strength. You know, we could see here a normal distribution of strength results, and you know, to achieve that minimum strength, we have to be able to achieve a mean of required strength, where the results are gathered. We need that. To achieve the minimum strength, we have to give more strength as a mean. But the problem is that we give in the range of what I call the gift zone. So that's magnificent for the client, of course, but not much for us, unless in the present circumstances. So we review those gift zones for the different types of concretes and try to reduce them to where they should be, covering the required strengths, yes, but not very much more. And you know, we save tons of cement, and tons of cement are tons of money, you know. So the other important source of cost reduction focuses on achieving synergies between components of the mixes. For example, the proper combination of different types of cement. We have several types of cement with different percentages of supplementary cementitious materials. In our case, it's natural pozzolan. Since we have lots of volcanic ash, that makes sense. Usually, the more SEMs that the cement has, the cheaper it is. Interestingly enough, we found out that we can achieve significantly cost savings when we use a combination of more than one type of cement in our mixes, combining performance with price. So we have to make trials on this, but it pays off, as well as with other components, such as the type of admixtures. The perfect combination could get you huge savings. At the end, these initiatives, such as monitor required strengths, synergy between components, such as the ones I tell you, combining different types of cement or admixtures, will help you to reduce costs. You have to invest in several trials, as I said, but they pay off, believe me. Until now, we have not speak of any technological advance or technical acceleration. But as I said before, our ready-mix industry in Guatemala is very conservative. We usually are not eager to try something new. And meaning by new, I mean new in our market, because probably something old or probably state of the practice in other places, but but not with us. They are not new for us. And probably we know about that new technology, but simply think that, nah, it's cool. It maybe solve some of our problems, but it's not for us, at least not now. And probably we even make some tests or trials with the technology, but no, until something huge like the COVID-19 pandemic occurs, then some of the technology that we thought advanced for us make some sense, because we either reduce costs or continue operation maintaining social distancing. One of them, in our case, is the rheological control devices that goes into trucks as new components to check on hydraulic pressure, temperature, drum speed, flow valves, slump display for the driver, water and admixtures nozzles, and several features that measure and control slump on trucks, control mixing and automatic dosage of admixtures. For us, that was new. We knew about it, but we don't care to implement it until now. All of these features have direct influence on acceptance requirements on the project, proper workability, maintaining water-cement ratio and strength, reducing the coefficient of variation. That was very important, to reduce the coefficient of variation, because that permits to reduce the amount of cement in the mix and make it more economical. And optimizing mix design. The direct benefits on this are that you have more homogeneous concrete with no rejections, which means zero disputes with the clients on site, a task that consumes so much time and money. Also concrete stability and slump control. The mixing time is optimized also. In plant and in project, dead time per truck is greatly reduced. So you don't have the trucks too much time waiting or losing money. All this mean money, $2.5 to $5 per cubic meter in savings. That's what these devices could save for you. And that's a lot of money. The other initiative is an example of what we are doing, is estimating the strength of concrete by its maturity. In Guatemala, we measure strength by making specimens on site and then test them on the lab. But as you see, making and handling specimens on site can influence directly in poor strength results that are not in accordance to the placed concrete. By establishing a relationship, a correlation between strength and temperature of the concrete, you can finally estimate on real time, and that's the important phrase, real time, the strength of concrete in the element or structure. Here you could see some trials on this technology that we are implementing. Those are sensors and sensor cables, the reading device that helped us to validate this technology. And among the benefits we have, prediction of the actual in-place strength of concrete is important, and the phrase "in place" is very important because you don't have that with specimens. Consistency on results. The results are collected in real time, another important phrase with this technology, real time, and the promotion of social distancing. And that is a direct consequence of the pandemic, because really, we didn't care about that before. Are you kidding? We love social gatherings. We love social events. We are Latin Americans. We love that. We love to be close to each other. But we understand now we have to take care of this. And this methodology helps us maintain our distances. Also, we have direct cost savings compared with on-site quality and lab teams, instead of having people on the job site. Accurate job site planning, so knowing when to remove forms, for example, and financial savings as a whole for early completion of projects. So that means also a lot of money. We are still determining the amount of the savings we'll have with this initiative. We are working on it. And finally, as conclusions of this presentation, we know COVID-19 caused very negative impacts on the construction industry and the ready-mix industry. That's for sure. But with proper actions, we were able to come back. Probably not to 100%, but we are doing better than we expected in April of this year. And also, COVID-19 was an accelerator. You know, it seems like contradictory, but something bad accelerates our technology for new ways of doing things that maybe before we were afraid to use, you know, but now we use it thanks to COVID-19. So then, thank you very much for your attention. and hope everyone is doing well wherever you are. Thanks. Thank you very much. Good day.
Hello and a very warm welcome. Myself, Martin Scheurer, and my colleague Shantanu Bhatt will present to you textile reinforced precast technologies, an Indo-German collaboration for reviving the construction industry. Today's presentation is separated into 4 parts. First, I will introduce the Institute for Textiltechnik of IWTH Aachen University and the Department of Construction Composites at ITA. Afterwards, my colleague Shantanu Bhatt will showcase ITA's collaborative activities with India and how to revive the construction industry using textile reinforced precast technologies. The Institute for Textiltechnik Aachen has a staff of about 100 scientists working in all areas of textile development, textile production, and textile application. In addition, we boast about 60 technical and service staff, 190 undergraduate research assistants, and about 50 students who major in textile engineering every year. The expertise of the ITA reaches across the whole textile production chain, starting with fiber production, continuing with yarn and fabric production, and reaching into composite and semi-finished part production. This large area of expertise allows for a multi-scale formability across all process stages, where the needs of the semi-finished parts can be incorporated even into the fiber production, and products and developments can be tailor-made for each and every application. The ITA focuses on 8 research domains as shown on this slide. These are building and living. Part of this research domain is, of course, the Department of Construction Composites, as well as the research domains of energy and environment, mobility, production, information and communication, health, materials development, and qualifications. The Department of Construction Composites at ITA focuses mainly on the area of building and living. The department consists of 5 researchers as shown in this picture. One of the main topics of the Department of Construction Composites is TRC, or Textile Reinforced Concrete. The basics of this new material are showcased in this slide. Textile Reinforced Concrete is a composite material consisting of 2 parts. The first part is the fine concrete, which is with a fine concrete matrix of aggregate sizes of up to 5 mm with adjusted flow properties offering a very high surface quality. This concrete is then reinforced using a textile reinforcement, which replaces the traditional steel reinforcement. The textile reinforcements are made of carbon or alkaline-resistant glass rovings with teters up to 3,600 tecs. These textiles are usually fashioned into a biaxial warp-knitted fabric or a 3D warp-knitted fabric, and both parts of the composite are placed together, resulting in TRC. TRC composites are corrosion-free, since the reinforcement does not corrode, dissimilar to traditional steel reinforcement. In addition, TRC composites are structurally strong because especially carbon fibers, offer very high strength. They offer a high design freedom and a negligible concrete cover. So textile reinforced concrete offers many advantages over traditional steel reinforced concrete. The reinforcing materials are usually carbon and alkaline resistant glass, as mentioned before, but in addition basalt fibers and polymer fibers, for example aramide, PVA or PP fibers, can be used. Here, the reinforcing materials can be tailored to each application. For example, if very high strength is needed, carbon is the material of choice. But of course, carbon fibers are quite expensive. So if less strength is suitable, it's better to use alkaline-resistant glass or basalt fibers. Why should you use textile reinforced concrete? In steel reinforced concrete, the concrete bears compressive forces and the steel bears tensile forces. This combination of material properties has led to the high success of steel reinforced concrete, making it the most important building material globally. However, the reinforcement is corrosion prone and requires a thick concrete cover leading to high weight of the materials. Of course, steel reinforced concrete also offers a wealth of experience with more than 100 years of the material being in use and many general building approvals being available. However, the transition to textile reinforced concretes offers resource savings of up to 80%, leading to reduced CO2 emissions of up to 80%. Thicknesses can be reduced, depending of course on loads, by up to 70%, and the weight of building materials or precast elements can be reduced by up to 50%. In textile reinforced concrete, the principle remains the same. The concrete bears compressive forces and textile bear tensile forces. However, the reinforcement is not corrosion prone, leading to thin concrete covers, less weight. Still, the material is relatively new, with first experiences being made about 20 years ago and no general building approvals being available yet. Here at ITA, we do not only focus on TRC, but also on other composite materials. Especially, of course, as a textile institute, we focus on the textiles for reinforcing, for example, in TRC. These are biaxial warp knitted fabrics, which we can produce here at our institutes. In addition, we focus on intelligent textiles and product by functional integration, by means of using technical textiles. And these technical textiles can offer a wealth of additional functions, for example, surface heating, sun protection, heat protection, etc. In addition, we also study 4D textiles, which are facade textiles that can adapt to environmental influences over time by textile integrated mechanisms. For example, closing a sunshade if the sun is high in the sky. In addition, we've researched shaped fibers for acoustic insulation, for example, used in office spaces or in event locations. Another focus of our institute is sustainability. Here we develop new sustainable resource-efficient materials, such as TRC. One very important topic for TRC is the design for recycling of textile reinforced concrete, where we already plan now for reuse of buildings built with TRC after their lifespan of up to 80 years is exceeded. In addition, we research the application of recycled short carbon fibers in concrete and mortars, and we do efficiency analysis of composite production processes to decrease material and cut-off waste. Another area of research is in geotextiles, where we do machinery development for production of linowoven fabrics with high grid sizes as suited for geotextile applications, and we work on integration of warning systems in building and dikes to prevent natural disasters by using smart textiles and integration of sensors. By integration of sensor fibers, for example polymer optical fibers, carbon fibers, or other sensor fibers during the textile production, so that the sensor is integrated directly into the geotextile, and the geotextile can be used for reinforcement and sensing simultaneously. All these developments we do at our institutes are not only theoretical in nature, but we have also produced a lot of demonstrators over the years. For example, in 2009, while just building our new machinery hall, we built halls with the first TRC sandwich facade worldwide, and the facade still looks as good today as it looked the day it was built. In addition, we developed light transmitting concrete facades in cooperation with the industry, functionally integrated TRC roofs, which integrate either photovoltaics or thermics into the roof elements, and we developed curved concrete elements, as showcased in the pictures on the right, which show that textile reinforced concrete offers highly adaptable thin structures with thin-walled elements for architectural purposes and to reduce weight and improve resource efficiency. We offer here at ITA a cooperation along the entire value chain, starting with the textile development and with 2D and 3D warp knitted reinforcement textiles, as well as lino weaved textiles. Continuing with textile finishing, where we do coating of textiles on lab and pilot scale, and the sensor fiber integration if necessary. We also allow for prototyping in our concrete lab, where we manufacture prototypes as well as standard testing specimens, and we also have a polymer infusion labs analyzing polymer coating materials. And we have an acclimatized testing facilities where we can do fiber, textile and composite testing, as well as optical and electron microscope tests, as well as an X-ray CT.
Thank you very much, Martin. Hello everyone, I'm Shantanu Bhatt from Construction Composites Department at ITA. Over the next couple of slides, I would like to share with you ITA's collaborative activities with India over the past couple of years, and also how we can together revive the construction industry using textile reinforced precast technologies. Our institute has been working in close collaboration with different universities and industry partners in India. In 2019, the Indo-German Science and Technology Center Governing Board meeting was held here in Aachen, Germany. The main purpose of the meeting was project initiation of 2 Indo-German projects granted to ITA and IIT Madras along with their industry partners from Germany and India. Delegates and technical experts from IIT Madras and IGSDC visited ITA to discuss and devise a plan for the execution of the 2 projects, Clean Water and Near Net MAC, which will run until 2022. The meeting was also attended by Consul General Ms. Pratibha Parker of the Indian Embassy in Frankfurt and Professor Thomas Gries, Director of ITA from the RWTH. In the impressions on the slide, we can see my colleague from ITA showing the board members and the delegates the facilities at ITA for the development of textile-based solutions. Moving ahead, at the 3rd Indo-German Symposium, topics and opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship in Germany and India were discussed. The focus was on startups and cross-border opportunities to channelize the developments made in the textile field at ITA into the Indian market through campaigns like Make in India and other government initiatives. Now I would like to throw some light on one of the 2 projects which were initiated at the IGSTC board meeting, which I have mentioned before. The project name is Clean Water, and the goal is development of modular lightweight wastewater treatment units made with TRC for rural and peri-urban dwellings. The project was initiated to tackle problems of untreated wastewater which is being discharged into the environment. Many regions have no access to wastewater treatment plants, and also the high energy and space requirements which the current systems need. Hence, the aim was to develop, manufacture and implement a modular, low maintenance, energy saving textile reinforced concrete wastewater treatment plant. Using textile reinforced concrete, the sewage plants can be made modular and of low maintenance. And the approach adopted for this project was to first of all develop a design for TRC wastewater treatment plant. Secondly, to verify the load bearing capacity and suitability for use of the sewage plant at the respective site. And at last, to develop a transport system so that this wastewater treatment plant could be set up even in the most secluded villages in India. We at the Construction Composites Department at ITA are glad to have carried out projects with countries like Canada from America, Korea, Japan and India from Asia, amongst others. And this has helped us develop a widespread international network which keeps us up to date regarding the recent advancements in the field of textile reinforced concrete. For some of our target countries, we also have dedicated country representatives which cater for the hassle-free coordination of the project activities. Now I would like to come to the last part of our presentation and share with you the views of our department and how we think we can revive the construction industry using textile reinforced precast technologies and be prepared in future for unprecedented calamities or more specifically pandemics like COVID-19. Now I would like to put forward two research topics which we think will be beneficial for the revival of the construction industry. Firstly, textile reinforced 3D concrete printing. 3D printing has already found its way into the construction industry. There are already houses being 3D printed. But the deficit at the moment is that the 3D printed concrete doesn't have any reinforcement, and hence the absorption of the tensile forces is only possible via the matrix, which in most cases is not that strong enough to sustain the forces which act upon the building. And thus the aim is the realization of endless fiber reinforced 3D concrete printing process. The approach which can be adapted for 3D printing of endless fiber concrete is with the help of robots and textiles, and hence we aim at development of a process for the production of 3D textile reinforced structures. Another way in which we can revive the construction industry is by using the adaptive molding technology for the manufacturing of doubly curved textile reinforced facade elements. Often is the case that when we go for freeform architectural buildings with complex shapes, as the one shown in the top right corner of the slide, the mold costs for such a building are 35 to 60% of the total production costs, as for each element of the facade a different mold needs to be fabricated, which makes the whole molding process very cost intensive. And also, if we don't use textile reinforced concrete, then the facades also become very thick, which then limits the freedom of design of these facades. Hence, the aim here is the realization of non-repetitive, doubly curved, thin-walled TRC facade elements with the same adaptive mold. Here with the adaptive molding technology, a set of pins take different shapes when they move vertically with the same mold, and hence it is possible to fabricate both repetitive as well as non-repetitive facade elements with the same mold. And the approach which is to be adopted here is, first of all, to develop a drapable textile reinforcement for thin complex shaped facades. Here a multi-axial textile grid structure which is drapable will be developed, and then this developed textile will be used with the adaptive mold for manufacturing of thin walled facades. Apart from that, a suitable concreting process for fabricating TRC facades over the adaptive molds also needs to be developed. Now I would like to go through the ways in which we can work together on the topics which we find interesting, and also of course on the topics which you think could be of interest for both of us. We can work together via public projects which are financially supported by the respective governments, and the funding instruments through student and scientist exchange programs and trainings. Also, we can work together with the sister concern of our institute, the ITA GmbH, in form of R&D projects which cater to the industry and company specific needs. Framework contracts such as MOUs between universities, innovation workshops, literature and patent research, student theses, training courses. These are exclusive to the needs of our partners, and there is also arrangement of confidentiality so that whatever is being developed is not publicly available. Now I would like to summarize our today's presentation in a nutshell. ITA is leading textile research institutes in Europe with more than 20 years of experience in textile reinforced concrete. The first tests on textile reinforced concrete were done at our institute back in 1998. TRC offers multiple advantages over steel reinforced concrete like higher strength, less weight, eco-friendly, and resource efficiency, which makes TRC suitable for precast elements. And thus, TRC enables a sustainable revitalization of the construction industry as due to the lightweight, transport costs are being saved. Due to the material efficiency, less cement is being used. We are constantly looking for research partners with whom we can collaborate and further develop the textile reinforced concrete technology. With that being said, I have come to the end of my presentation. We will be pleased to discuss further with you in detail about the different collaborative opportunities. Please feel free to contact us. Thank you from my side and also on behalf of my colleague Martin Scheurer for your attention. Stay safe.
Good day, everybody. This is Genaro Salinas. I am talking, and I'm going to show my location. This is the North American continent, and these are the two countries get together, United States of America and Mexico. Between these two countries, we have a border area that is being growing because of the commercial treaties between these two countries. And you will find on this location cities that share friends, family, and partners. The last 50 years, this trade between these two countries has been increasing, and there is a lot of work on light industry. It started at the Chihuahua State with the main cities on the north, Ciudad Juarez, with about 1.25 million people, and some more important cities on the Chihuahua State. The growing of this area on commerce and trade has been so great that we are working on light industry. This light industry is on auto parts, electronics, medical supplies, home appliance. This is the type of buildings that we have for this purpose. And we have, on this period of time, changed some of the things on these buildings, like the roof moves from laminated asbestos to a standing seam steel. The walls from masonry concrete units to concrete tilt-tap panels. The volume of these buildings increases from the distance between floor and ceiling from 6 to 12 meters. And the industrial floor slabs, we have changed it from a strength of 20 to 35 megapascals and distance in joints from 4 to 30 meters. And this is the kind of large floor slab that we are building right now. On this time, because of the pandemic that we are having right now, this is the way we are doing any signing on the outside. Right here on the top right, all the signals that we have inside and outside of the building. On your left up, you will find some sanitation areas where you can clean yourself and be protected. And inside you have a different type of signs talking about the equipment needed on different areas. Lower right, you will find checkpoints at the beginning of the construction where people is being checked by temperature and other health issues. On your left bottom, you will find people taking some courses about safety, the equipment that had to be used, the safe distance to work. On the upper right, you will find the cleaning of the different areas where we clean also the machinery and tools and desk and all over the area. On your left up, you will see people working on the lab with all the equipment required. The goggles, cover, mask, gloves, and all the safety equipment. Since the beginning of the production of concrete, everybody is keeping the safe distance and all the protective gear. Even in the lab and on the construction, like on these big floors that are from 1,000 to 2,000 square meters daily. Even at different hours of the day, the inspection always keep their safety gear. And all operations during the construction, everybody has to wear the safe equipment to the end. Because of this big boom on this industry, a lot of people came from other parts of the country, and we have an unemployment rate of 0. So we need to have housing for this population. And right now we're working on this housing on a precast mode, like right here. Before that, it used to be this way with handmade clay brick post and beam construction. This type of construction that we're using right now from precast is what we use right here. This IMSS means the government department that deals with social security services and health services. And this is a hospital, a 60-bed hospital that we built it in 15 days with the same precast mode. All the equipment but set and ready for any emergency on the pandemic. This is the team that design and inspect the construction of this hospital right there. And here are all the people that did the work in a safe mode as I'm talking to you. Well, this is it. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Friends, post Post-pandemic recovery is very important aspect for survival of human race. And unless we are prepared for the same in advance, the challenge or challenges are going to be multiplied to cope up. Innovations and their integration in the mainstream practice of concrete technology is going to be the key to success. So the subject chose our discussion in our regime of post-pandemic recovery is need of smart materials in concrete technology. This is an imperative. As all of you know, post-pandemic recovery of construction industry in general and concrete industry in particular is going to be an uphill task. We have been experiencing it for last almost 10 months. Three aims, I call them: manpower shortage, material shortage, and money shortage are going to be the main hurdles in staging the recovery in short run as well as long run. And that's why, friends, innovation and incorporation of smart materials only can overcome these hurdles. It can happen for greenfield projects as well as brownfield projects because both require 3 M's. What we have to look at? We have to look at that in time to come, we have to reduce person-to-person interface. That is social distancing, respecting social distancing. This means despite low availability of manpower, still we have to enhance the output, the production. Then this is about manpower, social distancing. Then we have to optimize the use of construction materials. We have shortage of materials, so we have to optimize that. At the same time, we have to make sure that the durability of the structure is also enhanced. And this together will in turn give rise to lower carbon footprint and reduced expenditure, at the same time overall leading to sustainability. This smart concrete concept is there since last few decades, 2 decades, but it has not become popular yet. That is why. Why? Because probably the need was not felt, which is so much now today. So in smart concretes, self-cleansing, self-sensing, self-adjusting, and self-healing types are prominent concretes, and they are, like I mentioned earlier, they are useful in green as well as brownfield constructions. Today's presentation, we will deal with, of all these inputs, of smart inputs, we will deal with 4 smart items amongst many, and they will be self-healing concrete. Self-healing concrete will avoid cracks in concrete and enhance the structural stability, at the same time durability. Then we will talk about gaining the strength of concrete without external curing, which involves lots of manpower, and again there are possibilities of error, human errors. Third point will be enhancement of service life. Corrosion. Due to corrosion, lots of damages are happening, and we will try to mitigate with smart materials this corrosion and enhance the service life. And the fourth point is very important in post-pandemic era, that we have to maintain the clean environment, we have to reduce the air pollution, and that is by reducing the pollution effects on the structures. For that, we need to identify origin of air pollutants, we have to identify effects of pollutants, and then ultimately use of photocatalytic materials to clean the environments and make the environments cleaner for us to inhale or exhale. We always see that most structures do not even give effective service for 25% of their service life also, and that is mainly because of the cracks. When the cracks appear, then the corrosion takes place, and when the corrosion takes place, repairs and re-repairs exercise begins, and that is where we can use two smart technologies. One is self-healing microbials, and another one is dispersion of nanopolymers in fresh concrete. When microbials are considered, the known microbials are Cornhill, Phyla, Pasteurella, Subtilis, Sphaericus, calcium lactate, and these come together to form this calcium carbonate in the cracks, in the crack volume, and crack gets smartly, automatically bridged up. And what is the smart thing? Another smart thing about it, that this becomes active only and only when the cracks are developed and the space is created to get filled. And this will not require any labor. This will not require new money, or this will not require any material, because all these three M's have been utilized right in the beginning of concreting. This is the pathology of self-healing concrete cracks. In first top diagram, you can see the crack developed. In second diagram, you can see these microbials and sodium lactate, they are coming in contact with each other to form calcium carbonate. And this yellow material, what you see, is calcium carbonate, which is formed in situ, and the crack has been filled, thus allaying the fear of danger or corrosion to the concrete structure. I talked about second option, nanopolymers. Nanopolymers are nanoparticles of liquid monomer, and that liquid monomer is easily dispersed throughout the concrete, and being nano in size, though used in very small quantities, it is present everywhere throughout the concrete. Now, whenever the crack develops, like we are seeing in this picture here in the first picture, the crack has started to develop, and second picture, the crack has developed more. Whenever the crack has developed more, and whenever the crack has appeared, the nano tubes or nano encapsulated monomer tube, they will get accumulated in this crack. They will get the encapsulation will break, and then that monomer will convert into polymer, filling into entire empty space, resulting into no loss of structural strength, concrete strength, or no ingress of moisture or chlorides from outside. Second point we want to talk about is curing. Unless curing is done, curing is an unavoidable operation. Unless curing is done very, very diligently and for a given number of days, the concrete structure suffers in its service life, suffers in its strength, suffers in the cracking pattern. So gaining the strength without involvement of human being, without involving any external operations, then it will be a smart thing, and we are going to talk about the same. These are the classical methods, good methods, classical methods. Classical methods of curing. So there are fogging, wet covering, membrane forming compounds, then impervious paper and plastic sheet. All these are good, but they are man dependent, human error dependent, and time dependent. If there is any mistake in any of these, then the curing suffers, and in turn the structure suffers. Now in post-pandemic, all these mistakes are unaffordable because we have shortage of manpower while doing the green structure itself. Then we have shortage of funding, shortage of resources, and also we are having shortage of materials. So the large structures or small structure, both the places, the curing has to be taken place somehow continuously, and that can happen only with a smart way. What we do is this: what you see in first two slides over here is the concrete external curing. What happens is really water just penetrates inside and keeps the hydrated concrete in the hydrated form and reduces the escape of hydration water from the concrete to outside. But again, it is subject to the errors that I mentioned earlier. Then in this, we can see that whenever we are using internal concrete admixture, like I'm showing over here, underneath the classical this curing, what will happen in post-pandemic? If you try to do classical curing like water curing over here, then obviously because of shortage of manpower and other things, the curing will not happen, and the depth of concrete curing also will be much less, as you can see here. However, if it is mixed throughout the concrete, the polymers, internal curing polymers, then it will get dispersed throughout the concrete. This polymer will have a special absorption of water capacity, and that polymer, when dispersed throughout the concrete, will go on releasing water for hydration, and the concrete hydration will be more towards perfection. Workmanship, scarcity of water, lack of awareness, need of conservation of water, all these points are very important in post-pandemic days. However, this table here is self-explanatory, that in trial 1, we have not used any water curing compound, any water curing. Trial 2, we have used this without admixture but water curing. Trial 3, we have used water curing, internal curing admixture, but without water curing, water curing externally. And trial 4, we have done water curing as well as internal admixture, and the compression strength results are speaking for themselves. Today, in desert areas and all such conditions where water shortage is there, these materials are very effectively used and giving good results. However, post-pandemic, this should become a habit of construction industry. We are going to talk about now corrosion mitigation. Corrosion mitigation can be done by giving coatings to the steel, by giving coatings to the concrete, but then there are always chances of errors, and because of that, the performance of corrosion prevention suffers. And corrosion, as you know, is a continuous process. It never sleeps. I mean, there is a small entry to these enemies of steel, that is moisture or chloride or SOXs, NOXs, then in that case, corrosion will start. So what we need to do is we should have, which corrosion losses are huge, as you can see over here. Corrosion losses in India itself are to the tune of this astronomical figure per annum. So you can imagine what must be the cumulative losses in a large country like India, and you can extrapolate how much must be the losses for anywhere else in the world for that matter. This is a damage versus time versus cost graph. Now this damage and cost are on y-axis and time is on x-axis. Ideally, we would like building or a structure to have damage going to parallel to x-axis, but then because of the external condition, the damage enhances, increases, and then we have to intervene, that is repair 1, say repair 2, say repair 3, and repair 4. So in post-pandemic era, if we just look at this cycle of repairs and ultimately approaching the end of serviceability, then we are talking about additional cost of manpower, additional cost of material, and additional cost of money. So these three are unaffordable 3 M's, and that's why it's very important to avoid corrosion at all costs, if possible, smartly. We are using in green concrete chemical materials called ligands, and these ligands, they form a stable compound with the interaction with metal. So this metal in this case is steel, and they form around the steel monomolecular layer without any blemishes, without any fault, and that is what is protecting the steel for many, many years to come in the service life of a structure. The mechanism will be something like this, that these molecules are spread all over the concrete, and I'll show it to you once again, and they will be attracted towards steel, and they will be forming this without any pinholes, without any false defects, the coating around the steel, which will not allow steel to corrode anymore. Obviously, these are useful for structures either in the greenfield zone or brownfield zone all throughout the life of the remaining service life. Now, we talked about clean environments and reduction in air pollution. Now, this can be done, I mean, as we see many structures, or all the majority of the structures, unless they are repeatedly painted, they are turning blotchy, or there are spots on them, or there are big clouds of these algae formation also are on them. So that is all happening because of air pollution and its growth on the surface. So we need to identify origin of air pollutants, effects of pollutants, and then photocatalytic material, that's the remedy, photocatalytic material to clean the environment. Photocatalytic materials means catalytic degradation of these impurities happens with the photoenergy. Photoenergy comes from nowhere else but the solar light. These are the pictures of pollution in various metros of India. So the case is same everywhere, and this is mainly because of the growth of motor vehicles. We are having about 30 million motor vehicles in the country, and they are growing every year by a large number. These vehicles emit carbon monoxide, NOx, nitrogen oxides, then volatile organic compounds, and This also offers great danger to human respiratory system as well as the environment. These are the other effects of this pollution: acid rains and mild algae growth, ozone layer impacts. So what we are looking at now, these are the structures, how they look like, and we don't want them to look like this. We want them to look fresh every day, every month, every year on year. So what we do is we do some sort of brainstorming, and in brainstorming, the question comes: how? By reducing number of vehicles? No. By converting all those 30 million plus motor vehicles in India alone to this compressed natural gas, CNG, I don't think it is possible. Then, are we in a hopeless situation? That means because of this smart material, we are not. And these smart materials, photocatalytic materials, to be used in concrete itself, they will protect the cities and the rural area on day-to-day basis throughout their lifespan of the structure, and this will happen whenever sun is shining. That is almost every day, barring few days in rainy season, and that is smart. Photocatalytic material, like I mentioned earlier, is mixed in the concrete, and when it is mixed in the concrete, pollutants are oxidized and decomposed in the presence of photons, photo light, and the action is antiseptical also because it deals with the destruction of these algae, and that's why it is antiseptical, and it self-cleans, it keeps the surface clean. And these are the replenishable materials, and that is why this becomes very, very smart case. Here are some examples just for your reference that in Antwerp some years ago, a large area of parking lanes was treated with this, and there was a substantial difference in the levels of these polluting gases was found, and there are photocatalytic pavement blocks they made. Similarly, in Netherlands also it was done successfully, and now it is happening at quite some places. So after this, we have to look at other options also. Other options in smart solutions could be sleeping concrete, could be zero energy concrete, could be progressive time-based soil stabilization, bendable concrete, conducting concrete, which is very important for new smart cities and monitoring vehicular traffic. These are some possibilities of smart construction of materials, but let's begin at the basic four so that we can save on our 3 M's: manpower, material, and money in post-pandemic area. So in conclusion, self-healing concrete, internal curing, smart construction, mitigation and photocatalytic chemical cleaning of environment can be smart solutions to overcome the 3 M's: manpower again, material shortage again, and money shortage again. Thank you for your attention.
Many of the engineers today do believe that ultra-high performance concrete is developed by Lafarge in the early 1990s. Hans-Hendrik Bagge, working as a research engineer for the cement and concrete laboratory at Aalborg, Portland, Denmark, was working on high-strength concrete since 1964. Bagge believed that cement particles should be packed much more densely, corresponding to a water-cement ratio of about 0.20. Based on Griffith's classic theory for the tensile strength of brittle materials with a single sharp crack, Bagge believed that the method to reduce the porosity was the use of very fine cement. But at that time, early 1970s, cement particles, and especially very fine cement particles, could not be dispersed in a small amount of mixing water due to surface forces. After the development of superplasticizers in Japan and Germany, a much denser packing of the cement particles became possible, and this resulted in a much lower water-cement ratio between 0.32 and 0.38. Since it was in 1978 possible to disperse very fine cement, Bagge experimented again with a blend of cement to reduce the pore size between the cement particles. After contact with a Norwegian colleague, Bagge started to use microsilica and reached the ultra-high strength of 280 megapascal in his first samples. The use of the very fine spherical microsilica to fill the spaces between the densely packed angular cement particles resulted in a very low water binding ratio of 0.13 till 0.25. This technology has been patented, what is explaining that later developments started after the 1990s. In 1986, Hans-Hendrik Bagge developed compact reinforced composite, a UHPC with a water binding ratio of 0.13 until 0.18, and reinforced with 5 until 10% steel fibers and combined with 5 until 20% main reinforcement. Compressive strength 150 until 400 megapascal. Flexural strength 100 until 350 megapascal. Shear strength 15 until 150 megapascal. The structure of these new composites is built of a very strong cementitious matrix, which is being provided with toughness through incorporation of fine fibers and a very high concentration of reinforcing steel bars. Compact reinforced composite has a superficial similarity to reinforced concrete. It has, however, a much higher load capacity, not only in compression but also in tension. Since 1978, the UHPC as developed by Bagge has been tested, investigated and described in publications and proceedings. Often it was classified as ultra-high strength concrete. Shortly after, many names, mostly related to the compressor strength and not to the performance, are used to differentiate UHPC materials from traditional concrete. In 1983, Aalborg Portland founded Densit AS. Densit AS created 4 separate divisions to develop and market the UHPC in the business areas. Security industry. UHPC is used as a barrier material in vaults, strong rooms, ATMs and protective structures against explosives and other threats. Wear protection. UHPC is used as wear lining in systems with abrasive wear, like in cement factories, coal-fired power plants, steel factories, etc. Very hard, wear-resistant aggregates like silicon carbide, corundum and calcined bauxite are used, while the material can be applied by casting, spraying, hand trolling and prefab made elements. The UHPC can replace many other materials and is used, for example, to replace the cast iron scope feeder in cement factories, resulting in a much longer service life. Civil engineering. UHPC is used as shotcrete to be applied in very thin layers, abrasion erosion resistant overlays and toppings in sluices and dams. UHPC is used as semi-flexible pavements, toppings and overlays on industrial floors and pavements and bridges. UHPC is used as a repair material for corroded piles and later as a structural grout for the strengthening of offshore platforms and offshore wind farm foundations. Compared to a traditional concrete, a traditional UHPC contains 50 to 100% more cement, and we know that the cement industry is one of the main producers of carbon dioxide, a potent greenhouse gas. By using supplementary cementitious materials as a replacement of cement, a more sustainable UHPC can be produced. An example of using supplementary cementitious materials as a replacement of cement are the in 2018 developed extreme UHPC materials. The Cement and Concrete Laboratory of Aalborg Portland in Denmark is taking again a leading role in new developments. White cement is combined with white metakaolin, limestone and additives, resulting in a very white UHPC with a very low autogeneous shrinkage. More and more produced UHPCs are using a design philosophy based on sustainable construction, taking a possible and or potential impact on our environment in account. This is complex, since all parameters should be taken in account to get a reliable output and comparison with other construction materials. A UHPC technology design philosophy is a limit state design and durability design that is taking sustainability construction into account for an optimum balance between total service life and UHPC performance. Consist of the performance needed for an UHPC. By using an environmental-based optimization, the correct choices can be made for sustainable construction by material optimization, in which the selection of materials, the possible use of recycled materials, and using supplementary cementitious materials are priority for the production of UHPC. By optimizing the shape, the structural design and service life of elements and whole structure, formwork, storage, handling, transport, and handling on site can minimize waste of materials, transport and handling, and reduce the impact on our environment. The material design and properties of the UHPC are important for the total service life, with the minimum of maintenance and repair. However, to design a structure for 200 years, while the service life will be 50 to 100 years, is only making sense when the structure can be completely or in parts reused. Potential reuse of structures and or recycling after a long service life is an interesting option and needs to be investigated. Since 1978, Hans Hendrik Bagge made different designs to optimize the use of UHPC in structures like bridges, resulting in slender structures and large spans. Today, we see that many engineers are trying to put this in practice and to calculate and design bridges with very large spans, up to even 1,000 meters. Dura technology in Malaysia is taking a leading role here, and several hundred slender bridges, often with large spans, are built with UHPC. UHPC is, despite the large amount of cement used per meter cubic, an interesting alternative for traditional concrete and steel, and, when an environmental-based optimization is used, lower impact. Standardization of elements and structures will even result in a much lower impact. Heikon AS in Denmark is the first company who obtained an environmental product declaration for a type of precast balconies. A very detailed investigation has been made to have all data taken into account. The product declaration is based on a life cycle assessment in compliance with the requirements of the European standards. Compared to traditional concrete balconies, the UHPC balconies are having less impact on the environment, with 25% less carbon emission. Fine-tuning of the UHPC can result in larger differences. The use of hybrid reinforced UHPC to strengthen and rehabilitate structures is often an interesting option to save materials, to create less waste, to avoid closure of roads and bridges during a long period, and to extend the service life. Here, the thick wooden beams of a bascule bridge in a main highway are replaced with very slender, hybrid reinforced UHPC panels within the total weight tolerances, but with a much longer total service life. Remarkable is the thin cover of only 50 mm on the reinforcement bars. By using Bagge's compact reinforced composite principles, extreme strong and ductile structures can be created. After loading the test plate with up to 18 tons of concrete blocks, the panel finally collapsed due to fatigue of the reinforcement. Using stronger reinforcement, like high-strength steel, tendons or Kevlar, will result in a much higher flexural strength and fatigue resistance. Very slender hybrid reinforced UHPC panels are used to replace deteriorated existing reinforcement concrete decks on steel bridges. This is reducing the dead weight of the deck and thus total structure, and resulting in a durable deck and an extension of the total surface life. After placing the slabs on the new girders, the connection between the UHPC prefab panels and the new girders with studs are grouted with an UHPC to create a durable connection. Originally developed as CNC joint cast in Denmark by Aalborg Portland in 1994, to join prefab concrete slabs in the middle of a span and over the columns for 2 new buildings at Aalborg University. Used to provide a solution that is better, faster or cheaper, and, when possible, all of those. Examples could be where traditional joints are much too complicated or too expensive, or where the possibility of having a full-strength joint in 3 days can be used in the building process. Investigated in 1998 in a project with Swedish Strangbeton to replace traditional used joints in precast bridge slabs. Contractor Shimizu from Japan has carried out several tests on CNC joint cast in 1997. The first of these tests concerned a joint between 2 beam parts. CNC joint cast has been investigated in 2001 in a large research project carried out by Building Research Establishment in the UK. Accelerated bridge construction consists of innovative bridge construction methods that are used in a safe and cost-effective manner to minimize the inconvenience to the traveling public while delivering a superior finished product. This technology has become common over the last 2 decades in the United States, and many states are considering ABC on more typical projects. The use of prefabricated bridge elements facilitates ABC. These elements are typically produced in a controlled environment that facilitates high production quality. The most critical field construction process for prefabricated elements are the connections between the elements. In general, connections must be robust, durable and efficient. One common connection method involves the use of field cast concretes or grouts in the interstitial spaces between the prefabricated components. Worldwide, thousands of concrete bridges are underdimensioned and or deteriorated, and since the late 1980s, UHPC overlays are used to strengthen bridges and to replace the wearing courses and concrete decks. To have a very effective strengthening, CNC principles are used to create hybrid reinforced UHPC overlays, which can be durable bonded and anchored to the structure. Also in the Netherlands, many bridges, especially when built in the 1960s until 1980s, are underdimensioned and often deteriorated due to chlorides. In a small country with many rivers, bridges are essential, and long shutdown periods for repairs and replacing are unacceptable. The hybrid reinforced UHPC is an ideal solution to strengthen and to replace deteriorated concrete decks and to extend the total service life of the structure. In 1999, I designed a solution by using a hybrid reinforced UHPC overlay to strengthen concrete bridges and viaducts, to be able to use the complete width of the viaduct and to allow heavy trucks to use the emergency lane at the shoulder of the viaduct. Often the bonding is not sufficient due to the properties and deterioration of the existing concrete deck. I used the good, the bad and the ugly method to differentiate the quality of the existing concrete deck in the design. In most cases, I do believe that shear anchors are necessary, and I suggested a combined system of a stud with an adjustable plate as a leveling of reinforcement and shear anchor. Application of the UHPC with a slip-form paver is not only very practical, but is also technological the best option. Fast placing, extreme compaction, low shrinkage, very high compressive strength and extreme durability are the result. In Switzerland, many deteriorated bridges are strengthened and rehabilitated during the last decades. UHPC is also replacing the very expensive waterproofing used before to avoid chloride penetration in the concrete structure. Approximately 25% of the 600,000 bridges in the US require rehabilitation, repair or total replacement. However, the work that occurs from on-site construction activities can have significant social impacts to mobility and safety. In many cases, the direct and indirect cost of traffic detours that result from the loss of a bridge during construction can exceed the actual cost of the structure itself. For example, full lane closures in large urban centers or on highways with heavy traffic volumes can have a significant economic impact on commercial and industrial activities in the region. Partial lane closure and other bridge activities that occur alongside traffic can also lead to safety issues. Because of the potential economic and safety impacts, minimizing traffic disruptions is a goal that should be elevated to a higher priority when planning bridge-related construction projects. Royal Flora Holland is world's largest flower auction and world's 5th largest building. A cold store for flowers, a former indoor parking deck, thus designed for relatively light dynamic and static loads, was created by using foam glass insulation panels with the hydraulic bound bitumen emulsion as topping. Relatively fast damage occurred due to the high dynamic loads and static loads of the transport vehicles and flower carts with small hard wheels. The consultant tried a lot of potential solutions, but nothing worked. I made a solution in 1994 without removing and replacing the insulation and topping by placing a 22 to 24 mm hybrid reinforced UHPC topping. By adding welded mesh reinforcement round 6 mesh 50 mm in combination with the ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete, a flexural strength of 80 megapascal is possible in a thin 2.5 cm thick layer. The client is very pleased because the floor is still working after 25 years in use. In 1999, I was invited to write an article about the unique project in the Dutch professional journal Cement. After publication of my article, the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management contacted me to develop a UHPC overlay to solve the very serious fatigue problems of the large orthotropic steel bridge decks. Due to the increase of both the traffic intensity and the axle loads, which was not foreseen in the original design, premature fatigue cracks occurred. These cracks are initiated in the welds and the steel plates and resulted in decreased safety for the users. The problem was before solved by frequent inspection, local repair of cracks and resurfacing the deck plate with a new asphalt wearing course. Fatigue of orthotropic steel decks is a well-known problem worldwide and mainly related to the thickness of the deck plate. On the Moerdijk Bridge, the Kuus asphalt wearing course had to be replaced every 5 years, and several kilometers of short cracks needed to be welded together again. This is not only very expensive, but also having impact on environment, transportation and mobility. Cracks occur on the underside of the deck plate, and if the crack becomes visible on the top side of the deck plate, then the crack is approximately 60 centimeters long. When there are several cracks in the deck plate in an area, the whole part of the deck plate needs to be replaced, and in that case, a supporting structure needs to be welded on the deck plate first to avoid deformations of the structure. After my proposal, including all the important details, the suggested bonded hybrid reinforced UHPC overlay has been tested during 4 years before a pilot project was executed in 2003. All tests and comparisons with other alternative strengthening methods showed very promising results, with a reduction of the stresses in fatigue critical details with a factor 4 until 5 and a potential extra service life of up to 50 or even 100 years. To replace the existing wearing course with the hybrid reinforced UHPC overlay, the bond between the steel deck plate and the overlay is of crucial importance to secure total deck stiffness and a uniform monolithic behavior under all circumstances. For that reason, the first investigations were focused on creating a bonding zone that met all requirements. A bonding zone can easily be created by connecting the mesh reinforcement and the steel deck plate by welded studs, but this might result in local peak stresses and potentially new cracks. This method turned out to be the use of a two-component epoxy-based adhesive with sprinkled-in bauxite aggregates. This resulted in a very good durable bonding strength of 4.8 megapascal and even 12.5 megapascal bonding strength in shear. Before applying the bonding zone, edge details were glued on the steel deck plate. After applying the bonding zone, the reinforcement is placed on rebars as spaces. The present reinforcement configuration is around 12 mm with a mass of 75. Placing of the UHPC on the first orthotropic steel bridge decks in 2005-2008 was done with the traditional double vibration screed. This is a complex method and is requiring many workers and supervisors on site. Later slip-form paves are used as a much more effective placing of the UHPC. Pouring, compacting, finishing and curing is done in a sequence. During the period 2005-2016, 9 large orthotropic steel bridge decks are strengthened with the hybrid reinforced UHPC overlay in the Netherlands. The same method is also investigated in Germany, and the first orthotropic steel bridge deck in Germany has been strengthened in 2009. Similar fatigue problems are known all over the world, and UHPC has been used for the strengthening of orthotropic steel bridge decks in Japan, China and Vietnam. Often welded studs are used to fixate the hybrid reinforced UHPC overlay on the deck plate. Experiences are not always positive. We also investigated the prefab method in 1999 and we placed the prefab panels in a wet epoxy glue to avoid welded shear studs. The prefab method with welded shear studs is now used to strengthen orthotropic steel bridges in France. The IJsselschelde storm surge barrier, built to avoid flooding in the parts of the Netherlands under sea level, which was inaugurated in 1986, has 62 sliding steel gates with a width of 41 meters and a height between 6 and 12 meters. During storm, the gates are closing to form a barrier against high water levels. The replacement of the 62 steel gates will be necessary because of the high additional cost of maintenance due to corrosion. Because of protection of the environment, waste of the repainting process is not allowed to come in the water of the IJsselschelde, and a construction needs to be built to avoid any spillage of material of the repainting process. An internal research project by the Civil Engineering Division is focused on the replacement with UHPC gates. To stay within the weight limitations of the hydraulic system to raise and lowering the gates, a UHPC gate is a very interesting alternative. The gates will be produced as prefab parts and connected with in situ cast UHPC joints on site close to the location.
शुरुआती तौर पे जितनी भी एप्लीकेशंस आती हैं बने डेटाबेस में रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए सेक्रेटरीट उसकी फर्स्ट इवैल्यूएशन करता है। उसमें कुछ कागजात मांगे जाते हैं, उनके अपने सरकारी कागजात, रजिस्ट्रेशंस, बैलेंस शीट्स, तो उसको जांच परख करके कि हाँ ये कागज़ आया है, ये कंपनी इस लायक है कि हम उसको रजिस्टर कर सकें ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट, वो सेक्रेटरीट इवैल्यूएट कर लेता है। तो पहला लेवल क्रॉस करने के बाद जब सेकंड लेवल पे इंटरव्यू के लिए हम जाते हैं, उनकी फैक्ट्री विजिट करते हैं, मुलाकात करते हैं, तो उस प्रोसेस के अंदर हमें प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाई जाती है। कंपनी अपने बारे में बताएगा, हम कैसे कैसे बड़े हुए, हमने क्या काम किया, आज क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं। उस प्रोसेस के दौरान, प्रेजेंटेशन के दौरान जो भी हमें लगता है कि कहीं कोई केंद्र बिंदु नजर आया कि उसने हमें बता तो दिया कि हाँ ऐसा काम करते हैं, पर करते हैं नहीं करते हैं, इसके ऊपर मुख्य तौर पर चर्चा की जाती है उनसे। मानदंड के अंदर दो प्रमुख बिंदु आते हैं, एक उसकी आर्थिक क्षमता और दूसरा उसका काम करने की अपनी मेन परिकाष्ठा या अपनी क्षमता कि हाँ हम कितना कर सकते हैं। रिसोर्सेस या अपने पास क्रिएट करना वो कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं होती, पर रिसोर्सेस को मैनेज करना और जिस लेवल का हम काम करने जा रहे हैं उसका दृष्टिकोण एकदम स्पष्ट रूप में दिमाग में होना, ये एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन होता है हमारे लिए, प्रश्न होता है जो हम ढूंढते हैं उनकी वार्तालाप में। जिससे ही मिलेंगे नीचे से लेकर ऊपर तक सबके अंदर हम क्वेश्चन यही करते हैं कि क्या ये आदमी या ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इस लायक है कि बने डेटाबेस में आ सकती है।
ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी थी। अभी तक हम लोग गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से जाके मिलते थे, बातें होती थी, लेकिन एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतने बड़े डिग्नेटरीज मिलना और हमारी बात को सुनना। सेकंड फीडबैक बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने ये बताया, और मैंने भी कोशिश ये करी थी कि मैं ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट के बारे में ना बात करूँ, सारे वो प्रोडक्ट की बात करूँ जो यूनिक हैं और एक टाइलिंग सोल्यूशन देते हैं। CIDC अपने आप में एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। आज हम अपना नाम उनसे एसोसिएट कर सकते हैं, उसके थ्रू जो लोग भी आएंगे, भले कम लोग आएंगे लेकिन बहुत क्वालिटी लोग आएंगे और उनका इम्पैक्ट सोसाइटी में बहुत ज़्यादा होगा। और कई चीज़ें हम जॉनसन में सोसाइटी के लिए भी करते हैं, और ज़रूरी नहीं कि इम्पैक्ट सेल पे आए, इट इज़ समटाइम इन्फॉर्मेशन, समटाइम रिमाइंडर, समटाइम परस्यू। So even if I don't get an immediate impact of tomorrow, but definitely on a longer run, we still would like to continue with CIDC.
I think the very good message takeaway from CIDC's meeting today was, the conference today, is the implementation side has been really very much lagging. We are taught a lot of theories and practices in books, but there are very few translated in practice. So there should be a very, very good alignment in what is taught and what they have to face in the field. In collaboration with CIDC, although we have joined hands very, very recently, we are bringing very latest technology for some trenchless repair in one of our mega power plants. That power plant is costing us more than 7,000 crores, and that is a 600 megawatt power plant having around 18 kilometers of underground work. That very critical application of some leaky penstock we are doing, and we have brought technology from America with the help of CIDC. So by joining hand and exploring new avenues, wonders can be done.
Been an immense pleasure getting this award from CIDC. It's been a status of recognition for a company such as us, such as Creative Solutions, since we are a startup, and this kind of recognition will make us move few steps or more steps further. CIDC is giving us a platform where we are able to interact with the members of the same community, where new research ideas, new technical advancements can be shared and implemented in the projects what we are currently working at.
तो हम प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं जितने भी, उसके अंदर सबसे बड़ी समस्या होती है टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन की। और ऐसा देखा गया है कि मतलब चाहे प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो चाहे पब्लिक सेक्टर हो, उसके अंदर टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन्स जो होते हैं वो 250, 300, 400% तक पहुंचते हैं। इस चीज़ को अवॉइड करने के लिए ये जानना ज़रूरी है कि जो वेंडर्स हैं हमारे, क्या वो वाकई गुणवत्ता के हिसाब से सामान दे रहे हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, क्या वो समय पे सामान दे सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए ज़रूरी ये है कि किसी न किसी को जा करके फिजिकली उसकी गुणवत्ता को जांचना ज़रूरी है। कम से कम अब हम इस स्थिति में पहुंच गए हैं कि जो हमारे देश के बड़े प्रोजेक्ट बनाने वाले लोग हैं, उनमें ये जानकारी पहुंच चुकी है कि भाई हमको इस तरीके के लोगों को साथ लेना है, और इस बात का भरोसा उनको अब हो चुका है कि अगर वो CIDC डाटाबेस से लोगों को पिकअप करते हैं तो शायद वो लोग जो हैं ज़्यादा अच्छा काम कर पाएंगे। हमारे देश के कुछ ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं, जैसे कि जो हमारे उत्तर पूर्वीय राज्य हैं, जहाँ पर कि पहुँचना संभव नहीं है। तो होता यह है कि बहुत से ऐसे वेंडर पहुंच जाते हैं जो कि वाकई में योग्य नहीं होते हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाला जो एरिया हमारा है, उसमें हमने ये देखा है कि बहुत से लोग जो हैं पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं, या जो पहुंच जाते हैं उन्हीं को ही माना जाता है। तो इस बार जो सम्मेलन किया, उसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 2 प्रमुख राज्य जो हैं उनको हमने न्योता दिया कि वो लोग आएं और वो लोग देखें कि अपने राज्य में जो टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन हो रहे हैं उनको कैसे दूर किया जाए। देखिए, गारंटी किसी चीज की नहीं है, कोई गारंटी किसी बात की दे नहीं सकता आजकल। ये एक बहुत ही, जैसे बोलते हैं, गतिशील किस्म का समय चल रहा है। लेकिन इससे एक फायदा हो जाता है कि आपको कम से कम कुछ जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है, और वो जो जानकारी प्राप्त होती है वो अगर किसी क्रेडिबल एजेंसी के द्वारा प्राप्त हो, जैसे CIDC है, तो और भरोसा हो जाता है। इसीलिए बहुत सी PSUs ने अब ये तय कर लिया है कि उनके यहाँ जो जो कंट्रैक्टर्स आएंगे या वेंडर्स आएंगे वो CIDC में जाकर के ज़रूर इन्वेस्टिगेट कराएं, अपने आप को रजिस्टर कराएं और अपनी चीज़ों को एक तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेट करा लें, ताकि उनको एक सही रिपोर्ट मिल सके।
CIDC के जो मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उसमें है कि प्रोजेक्ट्स को किस तरह से कम टाइम में, कम से कम कॉस्ट में अच्छी क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी के साथ इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए। उसके लिए एक पूरी वैल्यू चेन होती है। लेकिन एक कमी महसूस हुई कि जो बिडिंग प्रोसेस में इतना टाइम लग जाता है लोगों को, पहले प्री सिलेक्शन करो, उनका प्री क्वालिफिकेशन करो, फिर फाइनल बिडिंग कराओ, तो उसमें ये देखा कि अगर हम एक डेटाबेस ऐसा बना दें जिससे पहले से ही लोगों को टेस्ट करके उनकी सर्टिफिकेशन करके एक ऐसा डेटाबेस बन दें कि जिन्होंने बिडिंग करना है वो उस शॉर्ट लिस्ट से बिडिंग करा लें। दूसरा, एक अच्छा एक नेटवर्किंग बन जाता है वेंडर्स का और प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज का। तो उसी एफर्ट्स में हम चल रहे हैं और 10 साल में एक हम इस स्टेज पर आ गए हैं कि अब लोग इसका यूजफुल इसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं और इसका उनको यूजफुलनेस इसकी दिखाई भी दे रही है। इसलिए आज भी आपने देखा इतने लोग कितना इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि ये डेटाबेस उनके लिए काफ़ी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव और टाइम सेविंग होगा। बिल्कुल किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि एक पहले से ही आप देखिए, पहले DGS-ND का भी एक सिस्टम होता था, रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट में ASRTU का भी अपना सिस्टम है, वो डाटाबेस ही तो हैं और उसी से एजेंसी यूज़ करती हैं। आपने देखा ना, DGS-ND बल्कि एक स्टेप आगे था, वो तो रेट भी डिसाइड कर देते थे और आप सीधा ऑर्डर प्लेस कर देते थे। तो ये तो एक फैसिलिटेशन है और इसमें तो स्ट्रीमलाइनिंग और ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम है, तो ये तो यूजफुल होगा ही।
This type of events need to be conducted every often, and one of the best events I have attended in the last few months or last few years. One is it has brought industry and its required agencies, contractors face to face, and the second one is contemporary technologies which the current industry, current practices which is required. This is available here. So what we thought is not available in India is available right here. So this is one good thing which CIDC has done to bring both the user and the seller together. We do have our own list of vendors, but then who will not like that vendor pool to be increased? Who does not want a larger vendor base? And especially when CIDC is partnering with the government of India for larger projects, maybe improvements in Ladakh and many jobs in Delhi, larger big ticket projects when they are being done, their reach is very high. So we want to tap into that pool of listed contractors, experienced contractors. So we wanted to be benefited by that. Industry requires these type of dialogues every now and then. One is we should not be bracketed into our age-old technology, age-old mindsets. If contemporary technology is there, and this is one interface which allows us to open our minds to new technology available here. This is the best way to use these technologies, and CADC is helping us in this.
I am Vikram Murthy and I represent AHRI, Air Conditioning, Heating and Refrigeration Institute, a global association of air conditioning, heating and refrigeration manufacturing companies that develop standards, run certification programs, engages in advocacy to achieve common goals of sustainability, and enables certification of technicians in the HVAC&R industry. I am going to emphasize how certification drives energy efficiency and reduces global warming by HVAC&R equipment applied in the construction of buildings. HVAC&R stands for heating, ventilating, air conditioning, and refrigeration. HVAC&R products and systems consume over 40% of the energy consumed in buildings. Over 70% of the projected number of buildings in cities and towns of India over the next 30 years are yet to be built. Manufacturers in the HVAC&R industry around the world comply with industry-driven standards of energy efficiency and low global warming potential of their products. This voluntary and sometimes regulated compliance leads to an assured supply of energy-efficient products. Adherence to standards drives uniformity and takes care of multiple stakeholder value and need, because these standards are developed by a collaborative process that is in a cycle of continuous revision and improvement. In India, the HVAC&R companies that supply over 90% of all installed units and systems comply with one or another government-approved standard of performance. However, the assurance of performance for a customer cannot be met merely by a declaration of adherence to a standard by a manufacturer. The process of third-party testing, combined with random selection of testing of that product range, along with continuous repetitive testing, leads to a transparent certification process. It is the combined efforts of industry, government, consultants, designers, contractors, and buyers, such as real estate developers and large corporations, that ensure the practice of this method to adhere to India's national commitment to the Paris Accord on climate change, to a reduction in carbon emission of 30% by 2030 or before. We have just a decade to reach that milestone of national and global commitment. The Government of India, through its combined arms of the Bureau of Indian Standards and the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, have rolled out a standards and labeling program for commercial appliances and HVAC&R machines manufactured or sold in India. Many of you are familiar with the STAR labeling program for multiple appliances that include air conditioners, fans, water heaters, and so on. This program has been very effective in keeping the energy consumption of these products low, and the standards are made lower in every revision cycle. Consumers and sellers are conscious, and the BEE, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, regulates the program so that there are no violations by manufacturers or resellers. Similarly, there's a standards and labeling program for large chillers, and it will soon be extended to variable refrigerant flow systems, air handling units, fan coil units, and other unitary products that are not currently included in the standards and labeling program. AHRI is one of the two organizations that currently works in India with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency to verify compliance of the minimum energy performance standards of chillers based on the test results obtained from the participation of manufacturers in the approved certification programs. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency maintains and mandates regulatory labeling of HVAC&R products. The certification of HVAC&R products by AHRI and other government-recognized institutions provides the compliance path to obtain a certificate of STAR labeling. The chiller STAR labeling program is currently in the mandatory or voluntary compliance phase and will move to the regulatory or compulsory phase in a year's time. In addition, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency has a long-standing and applicable energy conservation building code named ECBC. ECBC was introduced in 2007 and has since been revised in 2017. ECBC has been notified in 12 states and union territories of India, and in the process of being notified by 5 more states. In all these states, building plan approval is granted only after proven compliance with ECBC. This assures at least 30% lower annual energy consumption over the base case for buildings with a built area of 1,000 square meters and higher. The prescriptive path of ECBC demands minimum energy performance standards of various operating equipment that includes HVAC&R products and appliances such as air conditioners, chillers, water heaters, and refrigeration equipment. The process of certification by manufacturers in the AHRI or similar recognized institution-led programs ensures their compliance to the ECBC MEPS, Minimum Energy Performance Standard requirements, and their consequent specification in the tendering process by real estate developers and all categories of builders. What is clear from this is that certification is the only path to compliance to a standards and labeling regulation, or an assurance to a buyer or designer when selecting equipment or appliances for application in a deemed ECBC compliant building plan approvals for submission. Residential construction and development is the fastest growing segment in India and will constitute 70% of all buildings in India by 2030. A large number of these buildings will have air conditioners, central air conditioning, or district energy cooling systems and refrigeration equipment installed. To meet the commitment of reduction in carbon emission and adherence to energy efficiency norms is the only path for manufacturers, and certification is the proven and accepted path of compliance. Energy efficiency norms for HVAC&R are going to get lower and lower and are likely to become 50% or less than what they are today in less than a decade. The path is difficult for manufacturers and will demand all their ingenuity, innovation, and cost reductions, as will the work of certification that will have to meet the increasing demand for certified products. Another area of equal concern, and which is as significant as lowering energy consumption resulting from fossil fuel production, is the reduction of global warming caused by the leakage of refrigerants that have high GWP or global warming potential. The average leak of refrigerants during their life cycle is 10% of their charged weight of refrigerant. This occurs during their installation, operation, and maintenance. HCFCs, hydrochlorofluorocarbon, and HFCs, hydrofluorocarbon refrigerants, currently in use are popular and ubiquitous since they are low in toxicity and low in flammability. They were the stable industry standard refrigerants for many decades, till 1994, when the phase out of ozone depleting HCFC refrigerants began overseas and in India, and later when low GWP regulations too came into effect in India. GWP is low global warming potential. Both HCFC and HFC refrigerants have high GWPs. Some are as high as 3,000. In comparison, the GWP of carbon dioxide refrigerant is 1. So that means a high refrigerant, high global warming potential refrigerant as high as 3,000 has 3,000 times as much as carbon dioxide in the release of global warming products. HCFCs are over 90% phased out in India, which are ozone depleting. And these are in the final phase of complete phase out. HFCs, on the other hand, are in a phase down period. That means to reduce their use to achieve up to 90% phase down over a 20-year cycle ending in 2030. Natural refrigerants such as ammonia and carbon dioxide have a GWP of 0 and 1 respectively, whereas hydrocarbon refrigerants such as propane have a GWP of 3. Hydrocarbon refrigerants lend themselves well to easy application in small and medium-sized air conditioners, refrigerators, and other similar commercial systems. However, they are mildly or highly flammable. This brings the need for standards that will regulate the application in HVAC&R products and the consequent safety requirements. Manufacturers are rapidly moving to apply low GWP refrigerants in HVAC&R products. Consumers and specifiers shall increasingly demand the use of such products, and business will be driven by our national commitment to sustainable development as well as a growing adoption of a regulatory framework by the states of India by notification of ECBC as mentioned earlier and by compliance to regulations of low GWP refrigerant use by manufacturers and importers. AHRI has embarked on a multilateral funded program of a study of flammable refrigerants that will lead to standards for their application in HVAC&R equipment, as well as regulations of safety. The results of this study shall be in the public domain so that manufacturers, government regulators, designers, installers, and end users can adopt these standards for implementing them in the production, specification, and use in building construction and operation plans of HVAC&R equipment. In conclusion, certification assures a path of compliance to adopted and regulatory standards of energy efficiency, as well as leads to the correct application and safety of HVAC&R products. These two must both remain the prime objectives of building developers, end users, and occupants. Thank you very much.
It is very
शुरुआती दौर पे जितनी भी एप्लीकेशंस आती हैं वेंडर डेटाबेस में रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए सेक्रेटरीट उसकी फर्स्ट इवैल्यूएशन करता है। उसमें कुछ कागजात मांगे जाते हैं, उनके अपने सरकारी कागजात, रजिस्ट्रेशंस, बैलेंस शीट्स, तो उसको जांच परख करके कि हाँ ये कागज़ आया है, ये कंपनी इस लायक है कि हम उसको रजिस्टर कर सकें ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट, वो सेक्रेटरीट इवैल्यूएट कर लेता है। तो पहला लेवल क्रॉस करने के बाद जब सेकंड लेवल पे इंटरव्यू के लिए हम जाते हैं, उनकी फैक्ट्री विजिट करते हैं, मुलाकात करते हैं, तो उस प्रोसेस के अंदर हमें प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाई जाती है। कंपनी अपने बारे में बताएगा, हम कैसे कैसे बड़े हुए, हमने क्या काम किया, आज क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं। उस प्रोसेस के दौरान प्रेजेंटेशन के दौरान जो भी हमें लगता है कि कहीं कोई किन बिंदु नजर आया कि उसने हमें बता तो दिया कि हाँ ऐसा काम करते हैं, पर करते हैं नहीं करते हैं, इसके ऊपर मुख्य तौर पर चर्चा की जाती है उनसे। मानदंड के अंदर दो प्रमुख बिंदु आते हैं, एक उसकी आर्थिक क्षमता और दूसरा उसका काम करने की अपनी मेन परिकाष्ठा या अपनी क्षमता की हाँ।
I am Vikram Murthy and I represent AHRI, Air Conditioning, Heating and Refrigeration Institute, a global association of air conditioning, heating and refrigeration manufacturing companies that develop standards, run certification programs, engages in advocacy to achieve common goals of sustainability, and enables certification of technicians in the HVAC&R industry. I am going to emphasize how certification drives energy efficiency and reduces global warming by HVAC&R equipment applied in the construction of buildings. HVAC&R stands for heating, ventilating, air conditioning, and refrigeration. HVAC&R products and systems consume over 40% of the energy consumed in buildings. Over 70% of the projected number of buildings in cities and towns of India over the next 30 years are yet to be built. Manufacturers in the HVAC&R industry around the world comply with industry-driven standards of energy efficiency and low global warming potential of their products. This voluntary and sometimes regulated compliance leads to an assured supply of energy-efficient products. Adherence to standards drives uniformity and takes care of multiple stakeholder value and need because these standards are developed by a collaborative process that is in a cycle of continuous revision and improvement. In India, the HVAC&R companies that supply over 90% of all installed units and systems comply with one or another government-approved standard of performance. However, the assurance of performance for a customer cannot be met merely by a declaration of adherence to a standard by a manufacturer. The process of third-party testing, combined with random selection of testing of that product range, along with continuous repetitive testing, leads to a transparent certification process. It is the combined efforts of industry, government, consultants, designers, contractors, and buyers, such as real estate developers and large corporations, that ensure the practice of this method to adhere to India's national commitment to the Paris Accord on climate change.
It is my pleasure and privilege as President of Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air to participate in India Construction Week 2020. We congratulate Construction Industry and Council efforts and focus on the quick revival of the construction industry, which is a major contributor to the Indian economy. As a part of the proceeding for this online conference and exhibition, we are glad in an important webinar today on air conditioning, heating and refrigeration. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a fell in work. Most of us spend a lot of time indoors, be it in residence, workplace, school, or any other facilities generally referred to as environment. Air conditioning and heating play a tremendous role in providing comfort and enhancing productivity in the environment. We have as an industry so far strived to enhance energy efficiency and use of refrigerant gases responsibly without much environmental damage. However, post-COVID-19, all future buildings mandatorily and the existing ones wherever possible will have to factor in concern in their design, operation. We therefore need to collectively work with a vision to construct, keeping in the mind the health and safety concerns beside all existing parameters. Technological innovations will have to be repurposed with primary focus to the best extent possible on providing pathogen-free spaces and facilities, contactless movement and transit. The challenge would be equally focus attention on the need for energy efficiency, conservation and green environment. Conditioning refrigeration industry will also have to reset the operational parameters to keep pace with the emerging requirements. The issue 19 guideline on raising the set point temperature in air conditioned spaces to recommended range of 24 degrees centigrade to 30 degrees centigrade with humidity levels kept between 40 to 70% are relative, plus more frequent air changes need to be allowed. The wide and early acceptance of these guidelines by CPWD, MES, Indian Medical Association and industry has been a step in the right direction. Future construction will incorporate increased ventilation to affect more frequent air changes, and this will require higher and better filtration of the incoming outdoor air, which is not so clean, and air system with a higher efficiency or higher rating would be necessary to increase area volumes. In the field of refrigeration, used to distribute farm produce and meat, dairy, vaccine and robust infrastructure will have to be developed. To equip the cold chain has to handle the distribution of these products, and particularly for the vaccines coming up for the global mass immunization plans to combat COVID-19. High growth in temperature controlled constructed building located at various, for example, modern pack houses, cold storage and retail warehouses. ISHRE as a technical society will continue to disseminate knowledge relating to best practices, technologies and efficient engineering in the field of air conditioning, heating and refrigeration. ISHRE can create a better national awareness of the new trends and innovation in the construction field through our 43 chapters and sub-chapters spread all over India. Our compliments to CIDC for organizing this platform with participation of all stakeholders in the construction industry. Thank you.
Hello, greetings from ISHRE, Indian Society of Heating
AHRI, air conditioning, heating.
It is my pleasure and privilege as President of Indian Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Industry. Thank you.
Hello, greetings from ISRE, Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers. We all know that the construction industry is one of the largest employers in this world, specifically in our country, where it's supposed to be booming in the next few years ahead. They say biggest portion of India is yet to be built, and construction industry is soon to be the largest industry in the country. Now, what this brings across to us is a huge challenge in terms of the services that buildings entail, MEP services to be more precise, of which we represent the HVAC trade. More and more buildings, commercial or residential, infrastructure or otherwise, today want buildings to be air conditioned, ventilated and with good air quality. That means the industry of HVAC is also supposed and will boom at an exponential rate. This brings a huge challenge to us because we need to deliver more at a faster pace with a better quality in a shorter time. Now that means we need better systems, improved products, more trained manpower and resources to ensure the same. And that is why technically we need to be equipped to be able to execute the same thing. Now, how do we do all these things? So we have to look at it piece by piece, break it down into smaller portions. Let's start with the most important cog in the wheel is manpower, trained manpower resources. We need to ensure that the industry, whether it's HVAC or any other industry, has enough manpower trained with the right skills and set to ensure that they deliver the right systems in the field, whether they're designers, whether they're executors, whether it's
Hello, everyone. I would like to congratulate the Construction Industry Development Council for putting together an online conference and exhibition. What's even more important is the importance that has been given to the services sector, especially for the HVAC&R industry. RATA, which is the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Trade Association is a 72-year-old organization that reaches out to almost close to 6,000 MSMEs in the field of HVAC&R. And we reach out with almost 13 regional committees across India. And who are these MSMEs? So these micro, small, and medium enterprises are primarily either they are vendors, suppliers, or small manufacturers to large OEMs and brand owners, or they are partners to most of these OEMs in terms of supplies, execution, maintenance work, which is actually the last mile connect to the customers. And that's about 95% of the MSMEs who are in this trade. Now, the COVID times has been absolutely difficult for all the MSMEs in that trade. But we want to believe it that every cloud has a silver lining. And the opportunity here we sense is with the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, if you know, in the industry, almost close to about 70% of the components are imported. Close to about 30% of the finished products are just manufactured here, but most of it is imported, and primarily from one country. And we sense a huge opportunity, especially when the government is looking at supporting the initiative to manufacture locally here in India. And how are we going about doing it? We are primarily reaching out to all the MSMEs, including the government. And we're trying to put in a paper together so that there is a path driven for all these MSMEs to get into the component manufacturing where they can ancillary units for large suppliers. And why not? Because the air conditioning industry, if you go by the Cooling India Action Plan, is slated to grow almost 8 times in the next 2 decades. So that's a huge opportunity within the country itself. And that is something we should take advantage of. But for this to happen, there's a huge mindset change that needs to happen. And what is this mindset change that needs to happen? One is from, of course, the existing trade members, people who are already in this business. They need to actually look at it differently, that, manufacturing is an opportunity. We need to step in. The second most important thing is a consumer mindset. A consumer mindset which says that, hey, India can actually make great products. We need to give our businesses an opportunity. They need to be motivated that, listen, Indian products are good. There's a customer belief around it, and they're ready to give them at least a chance. That's extremely important. So these are 2 big mindsets that need to change. And when something like this happens, you will have a lot of Indian entrepreneurs who would actually take benefit of this huge opportunity and venture into Atmanirbhar Bharat, or what you call as self-reliance, or in our industry, it's primarily more related to component manufacturing. So in our industry, primarily it is air conditioning. Air conditioning is seen more as a kind of a luxury item, which is very evident when you're kind of pitching it at 28% GST. Seriously? Is air conditioning a luxury item? How many of us are comfortable putting up a project together without air conditioning? Will that project sell? Or let's go a little more personal, in your own houses or your own offices. How long do you sit without an air conditioner? We're a tropical country. Air conditioning is not about luxury. It's all about productivity. The unfortunate part is only about 6% of us can actually afford it. So there is a huge opportunity out there as to how do we make it easily accessible to everybody. So that's where the growth opportunity is. The second thing is refrigeration. In any country which is developing, refrigeration plays a huge role. It's part of the cold chain infrastructure. Here you have farmers who are struggling to make a survival. And most of their produce goes into waste. The refrigeration industry can play a huge role in this. The cold chain network, which is very much at an early nascent stage, can help solve this problem. A widely well-established cold chain network can change the game completely for these farmers. And that's an opportunity that is waiting to be explored. And now with COVID, ventilation has become pretty much the buzzword. Everybody's talking about air quality. I mean, the industry has always been pushing for indoor air quality, but somehow the cost factor takes over, saying that, hey, as long as it's cool, it's fine. The air quality is not felt, so it's okay. I can take a compromise. That's history. That's not going to happen now. So ventilation is a big opportunity. So you have the air conditioning, you have the refrigeration, you have the ventilation, all slated to grow. And there is a government paper, which is the India Cooling Action Plan, which clearly defines that this industry is slated for close to 8 times growth in the next 2 decades. Now, this is an opportunity for Indian entrepreneurship. This is an opportunity for Indian small businesses to scale up and become self-reliant. And why not? Why just be self-reliant? Probably being a tropical country and with such a large opportunity at stake within our own country, we may become the world exporters. We could actually build these products and we could export it. So as I was saying, 2 mindset changes. That is what we're trying to push for at the association. 1, existing entrepreneurs need to actually venture out to say that, hey, this is an opportunity. I need to step out and I need to get into manufacturing. Second, consumer mindset change. Large companies which are putting up projects need to actually now define, saying that, hey, listen, Indian companies can actually make great products. They need to be given an opportunity. And that opportunity is extremely important in building this entire ecosystem. So at the association level, we have a simple vision. We call it the 5, 500, and 50,000. What it literally means is, over the next 5 years, if we can create, or if we can get 500 of us, 500 small businesses to set up component manufacturing in India, we could create close to about 50,000 jobs. And if that can be achieved, pretty much the task of the association is very much established. And my friends, HVAC trade is something that can create jobs across the spectrum. We can create highly skilled jobs. We've got a lot of engineers, mechanical engineers, consultants who work in our field. We've got a lot of diploma holders, which are semi-skilled. They play a huge role. And we are volume-based, a lot of maintenance work. So we have semi-skilled and unskilled workers, even in that field. That's in air conditioning, in refrigeration, and ventilation. So we are an industry which has the huge opportunity to create jobs. And I guess that's the struggle that we are having to explain to the government, that we need to be given a free hand to grow, not to be taxed. We also have the challenge of getting our consumers to change that India is equally good at making equally good products. Yes, maybe we are behind the timeline when compared to most of the countries that we are competing with, but it's just a matter of time. But with a change of mindset, I think we would be able to get there. So I want you to look at our industry differently. I want you to look at our MSMEs differently. Probably this is a beginning of a change. And hopefully, over the next 2 decades, you will see India coming out as a very strong player in the HVAC&R segment, not just as a local Indian player, but as a global player. And these are not going to be new companies who are going to take up these positions. The current MSMEs or the current companies who are already in the business will change their mindsets to scale up. What they need is an opportunity that you can create. And we really look forward to your support. So thank you for the Construction Industry Development Council for having put this together and having given an opportunity for our association to put our thoughts across. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
First of all, I would like to thank for inviting Rama to put forward some of the views which are connected with the industry of construction industry. And the modern construction industry has air conditioning as a very important element along with ventilation. Just to share with you, Rama is an association of manufacturers and represents nearly 85% of the total air conditioning requirements. The members are from a wide spectrum, and they are from Japan, Korea, India, US, Europe, China, and represent not only the finished goods, but also the components. Rama has been working with
everyone. I would like to congratulate the Construction Industry Development Council for putting together an online conference and exhibition. That's what's even more important is the importance that has been given to the services sector, especially for the HVAC&R industry. RATA, which is the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Trade Association, is a 72-year-old organization that reaches out to almost close to 6,000 MSMEs in the field of HVAC&R. And we reach out with almost 13 regional committees across India. And who are these MSMEs? So these micro, small, and medium enterprises are primarily either they are vendors, suppliers, or small manufacturers to large OEMs and brand owners, or they are partners to most of these OEMs in terms of supplies, execution, maintenance work, which is actually the last mile connect to the customers. And that's about 95% of the MSMEs who are in this trade. Now, the COVID times has been absolutely difficult for all the MSMEs in that trade. But we want to believe it that every cloud has a silver lining. And the opportunity here we sense is with the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, if you know, in the industry, almost close to about 70% of the components are imported. Close to about 30% of the finished products are just here, but most of it is imported, and primarily from one country. And we sense a huge opportunity, especially when the government is looking at supporting the initiative to manufacture locally here in India. And how are we going about doing it? We are primarily reaching out to all the MSMEs, including the government. And we're trying to put in a paper together so that there is a path driven for all these MSMEs to get into the component manufacturing, where they can become ancillary units for large suppliers. And why not? Because the air conditioning industry, if you go by the Cooling India Action Plan, is slated to grow almost 8 times in the next 2 decades. So that's a huge opportunity within the country itself. And that is something we should take advantage of. But for this to happen, there's a huge mindset change that needs to happen. And what is this mindset change that needs to happen? One is from, of course, the existing trade members, people who are already in this business. They need to actually look at it differently, that, manufacturing is an opportunity. We need to step in. The second most important thing is a consumer mindset. A consumer mindset which says that, hey, India can actually make great products. We need to give our businesses an opportunity. They need to be motivated that, listen, Indian products are good. There's a customer belief around it, and they're ready to give them at least a chance. That's extremely important. So these are 2 big mindsets that need to change. And when something like this happens, you will have a lot of Indian entrepreneurs who would actually take benefit of this huge opportunity and venture into Atmanirbhar Bharat, or what you call as self-reliance, or in our industry, it's primarily more related to component manufacturing. So in our industry, primarily it is air conditioning. Air conditioning is seen more as a kind of a luxury item, which is very evident when you're kind of pitching it at 28% GST. Seriously, is air conditioning a luxury item? How many of us are comfortable putting up a project together without air conditioning? Will that project sell? Or let's go a little more personal, in your own houses or your own offices. How long do you sit without an air conditioner? We're a tropical country. Air conditioning is not about luxury. It's all about productivity. The unfortunate part is only about 6% of us can actually afford it. So there is a huge opportunity out there as to how do we make it easily accessible to everybody. So that's where the growth opportunity is. The second thing is refrigeration. In any country which is developing, refrigeration plays a huge role. It's part of the cold chain infrastructure. Here you have farmers who are struggling to make a survival, and most of their produce goes into waste. The refrigeration industry can play a huge role in this. The cold chain network, which is very much at an early nascent stage, can help solve this problem. A widely well-established cold chain network can change the game completely for these farmers. And that's an opportunity that is waiting to be explored. And now with COVID, ventilation has become pretty much the buzzword. Everybody's talking about air quality. I mean, the industry has always been pushing for indoor air quality, but somehow the cost factor takes over, saying that, hey, as long as it's cool, it's fine. The air quality is not felt, so it's okay. I can take a compromise. That's history. That's not going to happen now. So ventilation is a big opportunity. So you have the air conditioning, you have the refrigeration, you have the ventilation, all slated to grow. And there is a government paper, which is the India Cooling Action Plan, which clearly defines that this industry is slated for close to 8 times growth in the next 2 decades. Now, this is an opportunity for Indian entrepreneurship. This is an opportunity for Indian small businesses to scale up and become self-reliant. And why not? Why just be self-reliant? Probably being a tropical country and with such a large opportunity at stake within our own country, we may become the world exporters. We could actually build these products and we could export it. So as I was saying, 2 mindset changes. That is what we're trying to push for at the association. 1, existing entrepreneurs need to actually venture out to say that, hey, this is an opportunity. I need to step out and I need to get into manufacturing. Second, consumer mindset change. Large companies which are putting up projects need to actually now define, saying that, hey, listen, Indian companies can actually make great products. They need to be given an opportunity. And that opportunity is extremely important in building this entire ecosystem. So at the association level, we have a simple vision. We call it the 5, 500, and 50,000. What it literally means is, over the next 5 years, if we can create, or if we can get 500 of us, 500 small businesses to set up component manufacturing in India, we could create close to about 50,000 jobs. And if that can be achieved, pretty much the task of the association is very much established. And my friends, HVAC trade is something that can create jobs across the spectrum. We can create highly skilled jobs. We've got a lot of engineers, mechanical engineers, consultants in our field. We've got a lot of diploma holders, which are semi-skilled. They play a huge role. And we are volume-based, a lot of maintenance work. So we have semi-skilled and unskilled workers, even in that field. That's in air conditioning, in refrigeration, and ventilation. So we are an industry which has the huge opportunity to create jobs. And I guess that's the struggle that we are having to explain to the government, that we need to be given a free hand to grow, not to be taxed. We also have the challenge of getting our consumers to change that India is equally good at making equally good products. Yes, maybe we are behind the timeline when compared to most of the countries that we are competing with, but it's just a matter of time. But with a change of mindset, I think we would be able to get there. So I want you to look at our industry differently. I want you to look at our MSMEs differently. Probably this is a beginning of a change. And hopefully, over the next 2 decades, you will see India coming out as a very strong player in the HVAC&R segment, not just as a local Indian player, but as a global player. And these are not going to be new companies who are going to take up these positions. The current MSMEs or the current companies who are already in the business will change their mindsets to scale up. What they need is an opportunity that you can create. And we really look forward to your support. So thank you for the Construction Industry Development Council for having put this together and having given an opportunity for our association to put our thoughts across. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
First of all, I would like to thank for inviting Rama to put forward some of the views which are connected with the industry of construction industry. And the modern construction industry has air conditioning as a very important element along with ventilation. Just to share with you, Rama is an association of manufacturers and represents nearly 85% of the total air conditioning requirements. The members are from a wide spectrum, and they are from Japan, Korea, India, US, Europe, China, and represent not only the finished goods, but also the components. Rama has been working closely with many policymakers and ICW and many other associated associations to bring forward the latest technology and bring in everything. So today I'm going to speak, or I would put forward views related to the technology requirements post-COVID-19, which will become an essential part of the construction industry. As we are aware that India has taken lead in sustainable development, and HVAC, which forms about 50% of the energy consumption in any commercial or a residential building also, have taken lead in making policies and increasing the efficiency of the equipment by bringing in the latest technology from the globe. Bureau of Energy Efficiency has brought in energy conservation codes, both for commercial building and now for residential building. And it mandates the equipment efficiencies that are required to be looked into, and which are mandatory in nature and can be and are compulsory for the use of the equipment. Now, if we look at what has happened in early part of the 2020, wherein the pandemic arrived, or pandemic was in India, and that set apart a completely different tone. We all know that there was discussion happening, debates happening across multiple forums on the usage of air conditioning, wherein Rama and ICW jointly put forward a guidebook on guidelines and put forward the facts on table of safe use of air conditioning. We should look at what is recommended across the world and what has been researched in last 6 to 8 months of time, which will help the construction industry. First of all, we should overcome the fear that air conditioning is going to have issues in propagating the virus, because any construction, any office, will require a safe environment for the people who are working in those spaces. 2-3 things are coming up. First, I will try and explain what is the requirements of post-COVID-19 pandemic, which should be considered from HVAC perspective. The first and foremost is the ventilation. The ventilation is, in a simple words, dilution of any pollutants which are there inside. It is not only restricted to the COVID-19 virus load, but also related to many other pollutants that are there within. For a long period of time, there is a lot of research available, and during the new construction phases, what is enough attention should be given to the ventilation. These ventilation can be natural, but more effective will always be the forced mechanical ventilation. This will increase the safety. Apart from this, there have been now what should be the humidity level, what should be the temperature level that is available in the publications that have been published by both Rama by ISRE, and Rama had multiple webinars on the same. This is what we call part one. The part two is the equipments are likely to change substantially and look into the filtrations. And there also a lot of research has been done and a lot of standards available across, which are of global nature, on how do we trap the virus. And these filtration systems will be different for different occupants. Like if it is a medical or it is a hospital, it will be a different approach we'll have to take. If it is the commercial buildings, we'll have to take a different approach. Apart from this, the UV rays in a particular what we call as they are known to irradiate or inactivate the virus is known to us for a very, very long time. This technology has been used for a very, very long time and will be now deployed effectively and has to be a part of the HVAC system. Manufacturers have come up with equipment, or they will come up with equipment with integrated solutions so that the environment is safe from all respects. Now, what has COVID-19 done? COVID-19 has increased the awareness. It has increased the awareness of, say, indoor air quality. It has increased the awareness of safety of the occupants, and it has increased, and which will that will result in is that adoption of the technologies which are established. These basically will be filtration, active filtration and passive, as well as ventilation and maintenance of temperature as well as humidity. So this is regarding the safety of the safety post-pandemic, what will be adopted, and it is all likely that customers will demand for it. So this is one part. The second part is related to the energy conservation codes or energy conservation, which we should proudly say that the India as a country has taken a lead, and it has been acknowledged. There was articles or news articles about a week ago saying that India is on the target or slightly ahead of the target to achieve what has been voluntarily committed by India. And it has just not happened by what you call it is, or I would say it has happened by design, wherein many initiatives have been taken, few initiatives that are directly connected to the construction industries, the ECBC code. I'm not getting into the material that is to be used, but I will try to explain what are the other initiatives which are taken, which are related to HVAC equipment and system. So first and foremost, the temperature is an essential requirement. It is understood that if there is a 1 degree increase in set temperature, approximately there is 6% of savings that is there. The recommended temperature by Bureau of Energy Efficiency is 24 degrees centigrade, which should be followed. If there are other countries which are, there are other countries, including Japan, who have asked for 26 degrees centigrade as the set temperature to be used. Then there is the use of equipment, which is a powerful star rating program. Worldwide, it has been accepted that it is a good program implemented by Government of India through Bureau of Energy Efficiency, where star labeling for the equipment is done. Today, we are all aware that a room air conditioners are star labeled, but in another 2 to 3 years, chillers, package units, and many other air conditioning equipment will be covered under the star labeling program. Apart from this, as we walk in future, the different technologies like district cooling, technology through trigeneration, technologies like evaporative cooling, technologies like the IoT and smart buildings will come into picture, and they will play a huge role in both saving the energy as well as changing the behavior of the occupants. What will mostly change or effectively changed is the use of IoT and self-learning systems, machine learning systems, predictive maintenance, which will be enabled with the help of the 5G spectrum, because then the computing speed and communication speed will increase. So just to conclude, the COVID-19 will demand for higher safety requirements for the occupants who are there in the building, which should be considered in the construction of the building itself and planning of HVAC systems. And the second part is the energy efficiency of the building, of the total building, which will be fundamentally driven by the equipment efficiency, but the IoT and smart buildings will play a big role in saving the energy of the building. I'm sure India will play a role or will be a role model in showcasing what the industries, various industries together will achieve both in terms of safety and energy efficiency. Thank you.
So, good day to everyone, and at the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak to all of you on this important topic of refrigeration and the importance of refrigeration for India, and how especially it contributes towards developing the economy. More importantly, an industry which is a huge job creator, as well
Hello everybody. The topic that I have chosen for today is arbitration clauses in contracts with state entities. Many of us have experienced that whenever we come across an arbitration agreement with a state entity, like a government department, a public sector undertaking or any government body, it immediately catches our attention because of its typical characteristics, which is in respect of the power to appoint the arbitrator.
A very
These
good evening.
clauses can be categorized
I am Professor N.
broadly
Raghavan,
into 2 to 3
Professor of
heads.
Practice from IIT Madras
First, where a named
and a member of the
officer
board
is
of
to act as the sole
ILC,
arbitrator,
that is the
and
Institute
second,
for Lean
where a
Construction
senior
Excellence,
officer
which is
like
spearheading the
managing
implementation
director
of Lean
nominates a
in
designated
this country.
officer to act
A
as
warm
the sole
welcome to all of you
arbitrator.
to
Third,
this event on Lean
appointment from
construction
a panel
for the
of
top management.
experts may be serving
We had a 4-hour long
retired
program in the morning
officials.
on detailed applications of Lean construction. You
The
or
reasons
others
due
from
to
your
which
organization
these
can watch the
clauses draw
video
our
recording of the
attention
event
are also the
in
same due to which
CIDC's
these clauses
India
are
Construction Week
most
website
litigated and
anytime
forms a
over the
hurdle
next
in
few
the
weeks.
adjudication of dispute
We
on
now have a very
merits.
interesting program lined
Even
up
though
for
we are
you
in the era
over
of
the next hour and a
pre-litigation
half.
mediation, what we
Starting from a
actually
brief
witness
talk on
is
Lean basics,
pre-mediation,
you will watch a panel
pre-arbitration
discussion
litigation
by
in many
some top
cases.
people from
Keeping in
reputed
view
construction
that the
organizations
industry requires an
such as
impetus
Larsen &
from
Toubro,
all
Shapurji
spheres to come
Palanji,
out of the present
Apcons
doldrum,
Infrastructure,
the big
Godrej
question before
Construction,
us is
URC
whether it is
Construction,
possible
and
to
IIT
avoid
Madras, who are the
litigation
knowledge
arising
partners
out
in
of
ILC.
one-sided
So they
arbitration
will talk about
clauses
the
in
benefits
contracts
they
with
obtained
state entities.
from practicing Lean concepts and on how others can go about
The
implementing
total
Lean
annual
construction
expenditure
in
of
their
the
own
union
projects or
government on public
organizations.
procurement is in the range of
Later, there will
above
be a
rupees
brief talk
3
on
lakh
what are
crores
the future
as per
possibilities for
conservative
Lean
estimates.
in the Indian construction
Therefore, the
industry,
significance of
and
having a robust
a
dispute
talk from the
resolution
Secretary
mechanism
General of
in public
ILC on
contracts
the way
is
forward
well
for
accepted
ILC
by.
India.
Let us take a look at the relevant provisions of the Arbitration and the Conciliation Act 1996, which contains the provisions for challenging the appointment.
To start
of
the ball
arbitrator.
rolling, we now request
The
Mr.
wordings of
Anup
Section
Matthew,
12(3)
Chairman
pre
of the
and
Board of
post
Directors of
2016
ILCE
amendment are
and
examined.
Business Head Godrej Construction to address us. Mr. Anup Matthew, please.
Hello friends. As we all know, commercial contracts are prone to the disputes. Similarly, construction contracts are also not an exception to this rule.
Good evening.
Construction
A very
contracts
warm welcome to
are
every one of
more
you
technical in
to the
nature,
India Construction Week
long duration
2020,
contracts,
which is by
and
CIDC.
complex. So, the chances of having
My name
disputes
is Anup
in
Matthew,
commercial
and I am
and
from the
construction
Institute of
contracts
Lean
are
Construction
more as
Excellence.
compared to any other commercial.
We would like to thank
It is
CIDC
very rare
and
to
in
have
particular Dr.
a
Swaroop
construction
for
contract
partnering with
successfully
ILC for
performed
this event
without
and
a
for this
dispute.
session. We
So it is imperative to
are
have
hopeful that
a
this
proper
session
dispute
today will
resolution
be
mechanism
useful to
embedded
many
in the
of
contract.
you who are for construction industry.
And normally in the construction
And
contracts
our
in India,
endeavor
we have
today
a
will be to
multi-tier
share
dispute
with you
resolution
some of the good
mechanism
practices
which has got
that many of our
3 or 4
construction industry
different types
stalwarts
of
have
different resolution processes
learned from
like
in
mediation,
recent times
adjudication,
on their various
expert
projects.
determination,
ILC
arbitration,
was
and at
formed
the
in the year
last,
2008.
litigation in the court of
It
law.
is a not-for-profit company
The paper
under
which I am
Section
presenting is on
12AA
adjudication,
of the
as it is a fangless process of resolving
Hello everyone.
Hello everybody. The topic that I have chosen for today is arbitration clauses in contracts with state entities. Many experience that whenever we come across an arbitration
Hello everyone. Welcome to the online international conference on arbitration under the aegis of India Construction Week, being jointly organized by Construction Industry Arbitration Council and Indian Society for Trenchless Technology. My today's presentation would be on significant changes that have taken place in the Conciliation and Arbitration Act 1996 since it came into being on 23rd on verse 16, 1996. Before I go into the intricacies of my presentation, I would like to introduce myself as Engineer G.J.S. Rosha. I'm a retired chief engineer with a background of the construction. I had also been for 2 years now knowledge. I in past with changes that have taken place of 25, that is Act 3 of 2001. The prominent and more significant changes that have taken place pertain to the amendments in section 11 for appointment of arbitrators that makes incumbent upon the court as the case may be to appoint an arbitrator on the request of a party. In the event parties fail to agree on the appointment of an arbitrator within 30 days from the receipt of request by one party made to the other party. The amendment also lays down under section 1114 the extent of determination of fees by the tribunal by taking into consideration suggested rates specified under the fourth schedule. Insertion of 11A, clause 11, section 11A also empowers the government to amend the fourth schedule if it is necessary or expedient to do so. Another important amendments that have been made under section 12 on the grounds for challenge that reads through the amendments made through insertion of section 12A and 12B makes it mandatory for the arbitrators to disclose in writing any circumstances existing either direct or indirect or any past or present relationship with the parties that may give rise to justifiable doubts to their independence and impartiality, and such disclosures are to be made in a new specified format enshrined under 6th schedule of the Act. Another newly inserted schedule is the 7th schedule under section 12 and 5 that envisages that any person whose relationship with the parties or the councils falls under any of the categories scheduled, he shall be ineligible to be appointed as such. Important amendments made under section 17. The exhaustive amendments made under this section through insertion of section 17I1 and section I2, 17I2, A to E envisages that an order passed under section 17 of the Act by the tribunal shall be deemed to an order of the court enforceable under the Code of Civil Procedure. Another important amendments that has been made section 23(1) pertaining to statement of claims and defense that empowers the respondents to file their statement of defense or plead set off through insertion of clause 2A. Amendment to section 29 pertaining to decision making by panel of arbitrators, insertion of new clause and tribunal within a period of 12 months from the date the arbitral tribunal enters, with a possible extension of 6 months, and that too with the consent of the parties. The courts can grant a time limit if deemed, and they have also the powers to reduce the fees of the arbitrators in case it is felt by the courts that the delay is attributable to the arbitrators. Now, coming to the amendments that have been made under the Act of 2019, the important insertions and amendments made pertain to Clause 20 and Clause 28. First, I'll go through Clause 23, which pertain to the statement of claim and defense, where a new subsection 23 with the bracket 4 pertaining to filing of statement of claim and defense under this section says it shall be completed within a period of 6. The arbitrators or all arbitrators, as the case may be, receive notice of their appointment. Amendment pertaining to rules applicable to substance of the dispute. This also states that as per Section 28 Arbitration and Conciliation Act, in an arbitration other than the international commercial arbitration, the arbitral tribunal was to decide in accordance with the substantive law for the time being in force in India. Of the same Section 23, however, states that in all cases the arbitral tribunal shall, in accordance with the terms of the contract. This ambiguity as to which of these provisions shall take precedence in deciding the matter has now been clarified and very well covered under the new insertion that says, while deciding and making an award, the arbiter shall in all cases take into account the terms of contract and trade usage applicable to the transaction. Another transaction amendment made to Section 29 pertaining to decision making by panel of arbitrators. With regard to the time limit prescribed for making of the award, the new institution says that the tribunal, in contrast to the 12 months from the date arbitral tribunal enters upon the reference, now reads as the award in matters other than international commercial arbitration shall be made by arbitral tribunal within a period of 12 months, completion of pleadings. Now it is not from the date of entering into reference, but it is from the date of completion of pleadings. Amendment to Section 42 mandates the maintenance of confidentiality of the proceedings by the arbitrators and the parties concerned. A new section under Section 87 pertaining to the effect of arbitral and related court proceedings that commenced prior to the date, that is October 23rd, 2015, when this enactment came into being. It says that unless the parties otherwise agree, the amendments made to this act shall not apply to the arbitral proceedings that commenced before the commencement of the, so not to court proceedings arising out or in relation to proceedings, irrespective of whether such court proceedings are commenced prior to or after the commencement of the, and Section 87B shall apply only to arbitral proceedings that commenced on or after the commencement of the Amendment Act 2015. Amendments that have been made under arbitration and conciliation Amendment Ordinance 2020 pertain to Section 36 and Section 43 of the Act. No doubt, there are large number of amendments that have been incorporated in the new amendments and initiatives that has been taken under new Act of 2015 and that of 2019. However, in my presentation, I have covered only a few important things. This is the purpose of this paper, and have a nice day.
Hello everybody. That's arbitration clauses in contracts with state entities. Many of us have experienced that whenever we come across an arbitration agreement with a state entity like a government department, a public sector undertaking or any government body, it immediately catches our attention because of its typical characteristics, which is in respect of the power to appoint the arbitrator. These clauses can be categorized broadly into 2 to 3 heads. First, where a named officer is to act as the sole arbitrator, and second, where a senior officer like managing director nominates a designated officer to act as the sole arbitrator. Third, appointment from a panel of experts who may be serving or retired officials. The reasons due to which these clauses draw our attention are also the same due to which these clauses are most litigated and forms a hurdle in the adjudication of dispute on merits. Even though we are in the era of pre-litigation mediation, what we actually witness is pre-mediation, pre-arbitration litigation in many cases. Keeping in view that the industry requires an impetus from all spheres to come out of the present doldrum, the big question before us is whether it is possible to avoid litigation arising out of one-sided arbitration clauses in contracts with state entities. The total annual expenditure of the Union government on public procurement is in the range of above rupees 3 lakh crores per conservative estimates. Therefore, the significance of having a robust dispute resolution mechanism in public contracts is well accepted by one and all. Let us take a look at the relevant provisions of the Arbitration and the Conciliation Act 1996, which contains the provisions for challenging the appointment of arbitrator. The wordings of section 12.3 pre and post 2016 amendment are exactly the same. Section 12.3 reads as under: an arbitrator may be challenged only if a. circumstances exist that give rise to justifiable doubts as to his independence or impartiality. So whenever a person has justifiable doubts as to the independence or impartiality of an arbitrator, he is entitled to challenge the appointment of the arbitrator. Though the wordings are exactly the same, we will see that the test applied by the courts for the removal or appointment of the arbitrator on the grounds of independence or impartiality have undergone a tectonic shift post 2016 amendment. Let us first take a look at the pre-2016 scenario. The test applied by the courts was the real danger of bias. In the matter of International Authority of India versus K.D. Bali, the Honorable Supreme Court held as under that there must be reasonable evidence to satisfy that there was a real likelihood. The Honorable Apex Court further said it cannot be said that the superintending engineer as such cannot be entrusted with the work of arbitration and that an arbitration solicitor in the mind of the contractor without any tangible ground would be a justification for removal. Therefore, what we see is that even in cases where an employee or head of the government department is designated as the arbitrator or has the power to nominate an arbitrator, such appointments have been held to be valid. So generally speaking, the existence of employer-employee relationship was not enough for the removal of an arbitrator pre-2016. Few examples of clauses which have been upheld prior to 2016 amendment. In the matter of Executive Engineer Irrigation Division Puri versus Gangaram Chapolia, the arbitration clause was as under. Dispute shall be referred to the sole arbitration of the superintending engineer of the State Public Works Department unconnected with the work at any stage nominated by the concerned chief engineer. This clause was held to be valid. Similarly, in Secretary to Government Transport Department Madras versus Munuswamy Mudaliar and others, the arbitration clause was contained in the standard terms and the special conditions provided as below. The arbitrator, for fulfilling the duties set forth in the arbitration clause of standard preliminary specifications, shall be the superintending engineer. This clause was also held to be perfectly valid. Now let us take a look at few more examples of clauses which have been held to be valid in the pre-2016 scenario. In the matter of Indian Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited versus Indo-Swiss Synthetics, it was fairly argued that the arbitrator being an appointee of the chairman and managing director of the appellant himself, the respondent's case may not be fairly examined. It was further prayed that any retired judge may be appointed as the arbitrator by the Honorable Court. The Supreme Court, however, held that we have not felt inclined to accept this submission because arbitration clause states categorically that the difference shall be referred to an arbitrator appointed by the chairman and managing director of ITPL, that is the appellant. This provision in the arbitration clause cannot be given a go-by merely at the askance of the respondents. Then in the matter of Indian Oil Corporation and others versus Raja Transport Private Limited, reference to the sole arbitration of the Director Marketing of the corporation or some officer of the corporation who may be nominated by the Director Marketing was held to be perfectly valid. The honorable courts in these matters have actually relied on the reasoning that since the parties have agreed to the clauses, therefore they should not be allowed to wriggle out of the same. And simultaneously, the courts have applied the test of real danger of bias. An exception was carved in the matter of Indian Oil Corporation versus Raja Transport. The Honorable Supreme Court held that there can, however, be a justifiable apprehension about the independence or impartiality of an employee arbitrator if such person was the controlling or dealing authority in regard to the subject contract, or if he is a direct subordinate to the officer whose decision is the subject matter of dispute. So ordinarily an employee arbitrator was acceptable, but an exception was carved with respect to a person who were in controlling position or reported to persons who were in controlling position with respect to the subject matter in dispute. Was this exception enough? The Law Commission in its 246 report released in August 2014 answered this question in negative. Let's take a look at the observations of the Law Commission on neutrality of arbitrators in its 246 report. Para 53. It is universally accepted that any quasi-judicial process, including the arbitration process, must be in accordance with the principles of natural justice. In the context of arbitration, neutrality of arbitrators, namely their independence and impartiality, is critical to the entire process. 54. In the Act, the test of neutrality is set out in section 12(3), which provides an arbitrator may be challenged only if a. circumstances exist that give rise to the justifiable doubts as to his independence or impartiality. 55. The Act does not lay down any other conditions to identify the circumstances which give rise to justifiable doubts, and it is clear that there may be many such circumstances and situations. The test is not whether, given the circumstances, there is any actual bias, for that is setting the bar, but whether the circumstances in question give rise to justifiable apprehension of bias. So we see that there is a shift from the test of real danger of bias to justifiable apprehension of bias. The Law Commission concluded that the right to natural justice cannot be waived. In its report, the Law Commission said a sensible law cannot, for instance, permit appointment of an arbitrator who is himself a party to the dispute or who is employed by one party, even if this is what the parties agreed. In fact, when the party appointing an adjudicator is the state, the duty to appoint an impartial and independent adjudicator is that much more onerous, and the right to natural justice cannot be said to have been waived only on the basis of a prior agreement between the parties at the time of the contract and before arising of the disputes. Here it is pertinent to note that respecting party autonomy, the 2016 Amendment Act has actually provided for waiver of this restriction by the parties after the disputes have arisen. Making the above observation, the Law Commission recommended adoption of IBA guidelines on conflict of interest in international arbitration, which would be treated as a guide to determine whether circumstances exist which give rise to such justifiable doubts. Most of the recommendations of the Law Commission were acted upon. The Arbitration Amendment Act was passed, which came into effect from October 23, 2015. The grounds which give rise to justifiable doubts were mentioned in Schedule 5. The grounds for ineligibility of the arbitrator were mentioned in Schedule 7. Most importantly, the grounds for ineligibility are notwithstanding any contract to the contrary. Clearly, after the amendment, an employee arbitrator is absolutely disqualified under the 7th schedule. Let's take a look at the treatment of couple of clauses post 2016 amendment. In TRF Limited versus Energo Engineering Projects Limited, the arbitration clause said provided any dispute or difference between the parties in connection with the agreement shall be referred to sole arbitration of the managing director of the buyer or his nominee. This clause was held to be invalid in view of the employer-employee relationship of the arbitrator with one of the parties, which is covered under the 7th schedule. In Volkswagen versus DMRC, the arbitration clause provided for the constitution of a panel of engineers with the requisite qualifications and professional experience. The clause said this panel will be of serving or retired engineers, government departments, or of public sector undertakings. This clause was challenged on the ground that persons appointed shall be ineligible in view of Section 12(5). The list of arbitrators that was provided to the contractor contained ex-officers of EDA, CPWD, retired personnel of Indian Railways, and no serving or retired official of DMRC. It was challenged on the ground that the panel of arbitrators consists of persons who are government employees or ex-government employees. The Honorable Court held that, however, that by itself may not make such persons ineligible, as the panel indicates that there are persons who have worked in the railways under the central government or Central Public Works Department or public sector undertakings. They cannot be treated as employee or consultant or advisor of the respondent DMRC. So we saw that while a superintendent engineer or government official of the same department or organization may no longer find favor in an arbitration clause, however, reference to serving or retired officials of the government who are not employees or consultants or advisors from a broad-based panel is acceptable. Now this reminds me of an interesting article by Dr. Donald Charette, albeit in the context of role of engineers in FIDIC forms. The topic of the article is The engineer is dead. Long live the engineer. Since it is desirable that litigation involving vendors, suppliers on procedural grounds related to constitution of tribunal needs to be avoided, and disputes ought to be decided on merits and not lingered on procedural aspects, it may be considered that in all public contracts, the power to constitute the tribunal could be vested with an arbitral institution like the CIAC having a broad-based panel of arbitrators. That brings me to the end of my presentation. The questions may be marked to the email address mentioned in this slide. Thank you.
Hello friends. As we all know, that commercial contracts are prone to the disputes. Similarly, construction contracts are also not an exception to this rule. Construction contracts are more technical in nature, long duration contracts, and complex. So the chances of having disputes in commercial and construction contracts are more as compared to any other commercial contract. It is very rare to have a construction contract successfully performed without a dispute. So it is imperative to have a proper dispute resolution mechanism embedded in the contract. And normally in the construction contracts in India, we have a multi-tier dispute resolution mechanism, which has got 3 or 4 different types of different resolution processes: mediation, adjudication, expert determination, arbitration, and at the last, litigation in the court of law. The paper which I am presenting is on adjudication, as it is a fangless process of resolving construction disputes. Adjudication is one of the process which is normally resorted to the construction projects for resolving the small and petty type of disputes, the resolution of which is very important in the quickest possible manner. The various type of disputes in construction projects are about site allocation, where the contract starts, time starts ticking for the contractor, and site has not been yet allotted to the contractor for performing the work. Change in the scope. The work which was initially agreed to undergoes a change for various reasons, and contractor wants extra payment, extra time for them. Disruption and delays, extension of time, payment related matters, subcontract related issues, and the list is endless. So dispute resolution in construction projects is a multi-tier dispute resolution clause. For a large project, like negotiation and discussion is at the first stage, then adjudication and expert determination, then arbitration. And in a small project, you can do away with adjudication. Negotiation is an important aspect, and then arbitration and litigation is there at the end of the project if none of these succeed. Adjudication is a process of dispute resolution in construction industry where a neutral is engaged in consultation with the parties. So adjudicator is a product of the contract. Adjudicator appointed by the person who functions as an adjudicator is chosen jointly by the parties, and hence the neutrality of the adjudicator cannot be questioned. He decides the disputes and the decision or an award, and that decision and award is the parties. Still, it is challenged the arbitrator of the law. If they don't, there are other options open and available to the parties. The object of adjudication is to resolve small disputes, the resolution of which is important, and point will be resolved on immediate basis, possible time, and be cost effective. It will have its own project. The next questions about adjudication is there, and mostly in all the judicial world have some enactment or the other, or some system or the other on adjudication. UK is the first one which started off in 1996, which is about adjudication. This act is special in nature because Even if the parties they don't agree in the contract that they will resolve their dispute through adjudication, they will have to resort to the HGCRA because that is mandatory. And all jurisdictions, if the party says that will resort to these amendments, then they will, otherwise they can do away with them. In most of the jurisdictions, the payment related aspects are the primary aspects which give resolve disputes. In Indian industry, the contract about the construction is not followed in a standard form. What we follow normally is a fit is a form of contract, NEC, IC, or model published by Indian Institute of Contracts. The governmental agencies in India, they follow their own standard forms of contract. NHEI follows its own, PWD follows its own standard form of contract. But every such contract, a dispute resolution mechanism in place, and adjudication is a part of them, mostly. Adjudication in construction is a product of contract. So the parties have to initially agree to resolve their dispute through the adjudication. There's no statutory provision about adjudication, either for to the adjudication nor for its adjudicator, neutrally appointed person. Adjudication is a process, a time-bound process. Normally 28 days is given to it. And if not 20 days, then parties can agree to extend it for similar again. It is binding till challenged, and this dissatisfied party can claim to the court or invoke the arbitration against it. To change the catch. A dissatisfied party wants to challenge it during the performance of the project, during the continuance of the project, the party can do so. So, the party will have it till the project is completed, then only he can arbitration or go to the court against it. The problem lies if it was binding finally, the parties would have known what they are going to do thereafter is what the fact is. But now, in this case, suppose a satisfied party wants to challenge it in the court law or invoke an arbitration about it, he is not allowed to do it during the continuance of the project. So he will have to wait till the project gets over. For example, if the dispute arises today and the project gets completed after 2 years, the party will have to wait for 2 years to raise it before the arbitrator or go to the court of law for resolution of the dispute. But during this time, during the time it was made effective, and during the time it is invoked, a lot of water would have flown, and the impact on that project would have been a permanent impact. So that is the demerit about the adjudication. It is not binding. Let us see why arbitration is binding and why not adjudication binding. Arbitrator is also appointed jointly with the consensus of the parties. Arbitrator also is a neutral party. Arbitrator has a law behind him, so his decisions are binding, cannot be challenged in the court except for certain specified reasons. But adjudicator, though he is also appointed by the joint consultation of the parties, though he is also neutral, but his decisions are not binding. That is the flaw in the system. So that is why I have mentioned in my paper that it is a fangless process and it ends up wasting the time of the parties, and parties remain confused till the end of the project that what the fate is going to be about the particular decision which one of the parties doesn't like. Though advantages are it's very fast, cost effective, impartially conducted, and suitable for small complicated matters. where arbitration cannot be invoked. For a small payment-related matter, if there is a dispute about scope of the work, if there is a dispute about variation in the work, if there is a dispute about small contract, subcontract matter, the dissatisfied party cannot invoke arbitration every time because arbitration is costly, it is time-consuming, it is more systematic process. For a smaller dispute, arbitration doesn't suit, but adjudication does. But only for the reason that it is not finally binding and mandatorily enforced on the parties, it has its own disadvantages. So I have suggested in my paper that the party who is not satisfied should be made compulsorily binding to the adjudication decision, and he should not be allowed to challenge it later on. Because if he is bound by the arbitrator's decision, why not with the decision of the adjudicator? Thank you very much.
Hi construction industry. I am Chandrasekhar Prabhudesai, Chairman of the Institution of Engineers India, Goa State Center. The IEI is a professional body representing engineers across the country. We all are meeting here to deliberate on the critical issues faced by the construction industry and chart the course of action for recovery process by collaborative and joint action by the constituents to bring our industry back to its pre-COVID status. We are here to think about the way forward to help government to draft a roadmap for revival of the construction sector. We are here to discuss the way ahead for revival of the economy. As you all know, the construction industry is the backbone of our country's economy. Our ongoing projects are facing issues such as financing, bank guarantees, liquidities, etc. We cannot even blame the banking sector as they are also facing the NPA issues. One good thing which people came to know about post-COVID is our Prime Minister's mission, Digital India, which came so powerful and came to rescue in the COVID times. See, virtual mode of the site inspection is possible nowadays. Virtual mode of business meetings, virtual mode of arbitration and court hearings are becoming everyday's affairs. Today, virtual platform is available to us to discuss and solve the construction industry's issues. I am Chandrasekhar Prabhudesai, Chairman of the Institution of Engineers India, Goa State Center. The IEI is a professional body representing engineers across the country. We all are meeting here to deliberate on the critical issues faced by the construction industry and chart the course of action for recovery process by collaborative and joint action by the constituents to bring our industry back to its pre-COVID status. We are here to think about the way forward to help government to draft a roadmap for revival of the construction sector. We are here to discuss the way ahead for revival of the economy. As you all know, the construction industry is the backbone of our country's economy. Our ongoing projects are facing issues such as financing, bank guarantees, liquidities, etc. We cannot even blame the banking sector as they are also facing the NPA issues. One good thing which people came to know about post-COVID is our Prime Minister's mission, Digital India, which came so powerful and came to rescue in the COVID times. See, virtual mode of the site inspection is possible nowadays. Virtual mode of business meetings, virtual mode of arbitration and court hearings are becoming everyday's affairs. Today, virtual platform is available to us to discuss and solve the construction industry's issues. The credit goes to Digital India mission as well. My dear friends, the world is connected and came very close to each other, wherein we can address the issues faced worldwide and solutions can be taken from the experts around the world. Major problem construction industry will be facing now post-COVID pandemic are the disputes arising due to claim by contractors on extension of time or unavailability of the labor force or escalation of cost of materials and price rise of various components required in the construction activities, etc., which provocates the contractor to delay the construction work. And as you all know, the time is the essence of the contract. Everyone associated in the construction industry needs finance for the activity in which they are associated with. Contractor, builder go to financial institution like banks for their finance requirements. Bank lend money by way of project financing and in return charges interest on the amount lended. The construction of the building or the infrastructure needs to be completed within shortest possible time which is allotted by the employer or a government for a government projects. Contractor, builder calculates the interest as expenditure for them and accordingly adjusts the rates they quote by keeping sufficient margin or profit. And suddenly COVID pandemic or any other force majeure or act of God like earthquake, etc. strikes. The complete lockdown of the construction activity. Labor force leaves the site, goes back to their hometowns. No availability of the materials, rates of the material as well as labor escalates. There is a price rise, demand decreases, shortage of the money in the market, NPA increases, construction activity completely halts. In such a scenario, extension of time is expected by the contractor and the builder. Moratorium on interest is expected by all affected lenders, including the buyers of the flats. Now everyone knows how the time is the essence of the contract. Extension of time affects the whole calculation of the project viability for the employer, as well as to the government, as well as to the contractor, builder involved in the construction activity. The dispute begins as the contractor and the employer tries to safeguard each one's profit and the financial viability. The number of disputes are increased to such an extent that number of arbitrators will be less in number to take care and resolve the disputes. The importance of the existence of Construction Industry Arbitration Council comes into picture. CIDC has to play a much bigger role now to help bringing country's economy to normalcy. By helping the construction industry to resolve the disputes very fast by playing bigger role like creating additional state centers, providing online training to the arbitrators, creating more arbitrators by helping engineering professionals to take this as a career. And this is what CIC is involved in and needs support from the stakeholders of the construction industry as well as to approach them in resolving the disputes speedily. Awareness in the construction industry is also required about the role of the arbitrators. Arbitrators are not only required after the disputes, but they have a role to play from the beginning of the contract like consultants. They can be involved right from the stage of drafting the contract document so that minimal chances of disputes arise at a later stage. Guidance to the contractor and employer in writing of notices for highlighting the issues faced from time to time, which will avoid disputes at the ending stage. Variations due to site conditions, extension of time due to unforeseeable circumstances arising during the execution of the job, etc., needs to be brought to the notice of the employer in time so that he can make provision of the budget or a finance for the same. If this is not brought in time to the notice of the employer, then there are more chances of disputes arising out of the situation at a later date. What I like to point out here is the role of the arbitrator is not only to resolve the dispute at the end, but also timely providing the guidance to his clients from the beginning, which is also an opportunity as consultant arbitrator. Though the same arbitrator cannot function as arbitrator to resolve the dispute due to conflict of interest. One more example about the importance of time in the contract is because of the provision of defect liability period in most of the contracts. If you take RERA, in the RERA Act, builder is made liable towards the buyer for defects observed in the building for a period of 5 years after completion. In FIDIC contract, it is defect notification period or DNP, means the period for notifying defects and or damage in the work executed by the contractor for the employer. The period here too starts after date of completion of work. Engineer of the employer has to bring to the notice of the contractor the defective work for remedying the defects. DNP is always stated in the contract data, and as per FIDIC, it shall not be extended by more than 2 years after expiry of DNP stated in the contract. After satisfying the employer by remedying the pointed defects, only then the contractor receives the balance part of the retention money. Now during COVID, construction activity halted by the announcement of the lockdown and many other reasons. In this period, it will add to more defects to the already completed work. Thus, the builder or a contractor are affected by this lockdown time for which they are made liable under defects liability period. A claim may arise when the contractor is entitled to additional payment from the employer and employer is in disagreement of the claim. Then disputes arise. If both the party agrees, they may jointly request to assist informally to resolve the issue, and if they fail in amicable settlement, then the dispute shall have to be finally settled under the rules of arbitration. The dispute shall be settled by 1 or 3 arbitrators appointed in accordance with the arbitration rules. Arbitration can be commenced before or after completion of works. The arbitrators have full power to open up, revive the opinions expressed by the parties in the dispute. They can ask witnesses, evidences on the matter relevant to dispute, and finally, arbitrator will give award which is final and binding. If an award requires a payment of an amount by one party to the other party, this amount is immediately due without any further notice. One more point I would like to highlight here is the debate and deliberation that happened on the point, that is COVID pandemic to be considered as force majeure or not. Different people had different opinion, and finally dispute begins which needs to be addressed. And here we need arbitrator council to come out with a clarification in the matter and guide the community. Here we need institutions like Construction Industry Arbitration Council to standardize the opinion of these type of new topics arising. To achieve this objective, Construction Industry Development Council, the apex organization of Indian construction industry, along with associate organizations from India and abroad, is organizing this India Construction Week 2020. Hope this will help in recovery process, bringing our construction industry back to normal. Thank you all for your support and participation.
Dear friends, greetings and namaskar from Naresh. I am glad to share my experience about some of the effective techniques for ADR methods, that is arbitration, mediation and conciliation, which are equally effective in each of these areas. Before I go into detail, I would like to presume that all of you are aware about the legalities, technicalities and procedures. So I would not touch upon those. First point I would like to make is that often we miss the difference between the conflict and the dispute. What the parties present in their claims and counterclaims are their disputes. Disputes are like trees which we can see, which are visible, but conflicts are the real roots which are not visible, but there lies the real problem which we have to resolve. 10% what is visible is the dispute, and 90% what is invisible is the conflict of interest between the parties. So the first and foremost duty of a ADR practitioner is to analyze, assess and find out the disputes between the parties so that he can have insight into what is the problem and what are the probable solutions and alternative methods of dispute resolution. Secondly, I would like to emphasize that the mediation and conciliation are entirely different from arbitration. For these techniques, we do not need a judge or an advocate. What is needed is a good humanitarian person with lot of patience and knowledge of human behavior, who can understand the problem, the causes of the problem, for that, and how to make the parties find out their own solutions. For that, the first important aspect is to establish rapport with the parties. What is a rapport establishment? This is most important. It involves establishing a bond of relationship which is of trust and sincerity between the parties, because unless the practitioner impresses the party that he will take all the information received from the party as confidential and not disclose it even after the end of the conciliation or the mediation process. Secondly, he must express and impress upon the parties the sincerity and his enthusiasm in resolving the dispute, irrespective of the nature of the dispute, the causes of the dispute, why the dispute could not be resolved by the parties earlier, and what probable methods could be adopted to resolve the dispute. Once the party gets into his heart that the other person is interested in helping the parties in an amicable settlement, they will open up. First they will ventilate their grievances and explode their frustration and anger. Slowly they will come to the table and start talking. The role of the practitioner of ADR is to encourage parties to talk as much as possible, because by talking the grievances emerge, the conflict emerge, the solutions emerge. Talking works in ADR methods. This is established, experienced fact. More the parties talk, they more come nearer to the solution. The next part is to encourage parties to find their own alternative solutions, and the role of the ADR practitioner is to help them in reconciling their differences and finding the best solution which can amicably settle the disputes between the parties. Last but not the least, the important part to be noted is that in India, in the present scenario where the cultural differences, diversities and a growing economy are all together, we don't need too much courts, too much judges, too many advocates. What we need are the practitioners of ADRs who are devoted and have enthusiasm for resolving the disputes in a missionary manner. Finally, India has resolved to be a country of easing disputes and a hub of ADRs. To make that possible, government has already taken many steps. For example, amendment in the Civil Procedure Code, Arbitration Act, Real Estate Act, Companies Act, and many other areas are emerging where ADRs are required. Friends, in the emerging scenario, there is a bright scope, and I wish you all the best in your career as ADR practitioners. Thank you very much.
Respected delegates, visitors and participants, for India Construction with 2020 Digital, reviving construction industry in post I am grateful to DG CIDC and Member Secretary CISE for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts through my paper Systematic Approach for Dispute Resolution in Joint Venture Contract for Construction Industry. Myself, Engineer Vaibhav Gupta, I have done BTech Civil and presently working in Highway Department on various projects for a well-known public sector undertaking known as RITES. I am also life member of various prestigious professional organizations like Indian Road Congress, Indian Building Congress and Indian Concrete Institute. Now, I would like to discuss my paper. With the construction industry slowly regaining momentum, joint ventures are becoming popular for contractors to accelerate their recovery. Entering into a JV with another company provide a new market, new building technology, additional financing and bonding capacity. Joint ventures involve partners from different countries. Arbitration of joint venture disputes raises various issues which needs expertise of the arbitral tribunal in dealing these issues. Now, what is joint venture? A joint venture is not a precisely defined legal concept. A joint venture is a business undertaking by two or more persons engaged in a single defined project. In general, JVs are based on the idea that each partner will contribute. In the case of a JV, all members of the group shall be jointly and severally liable for the performance of whole contract. Now I would like to discuss need to arbitrate joint venture disputes. By agreeing to refer dispute to arbitration in the joint venture agreement, first, the joint venture partners can appoint their own arbitral tribunal. Second, choose a seat of arbitration that is pro-arbitration. Third, the number of arbitrators, their qualifications, and the language of the arbitration. Fourth, whether the arbitration is to be administered by an arbitral institutional, etc. Fifth, a party freedom to choose an arbitrator and to contribute to the selection of a presiding arbitrator is particularly valuable in JV disputes. In addition, the arbitral proceedings and the documents on the record are usually confidential. Next, jurisdiction. A number of jurisdictional difficulties arise in JV disputes. These include, first, the scope of the arbitration agreement. Second, non-signatures such as different companies in a group of companies. Third, sometimes a respondent will deny the arbitrability of a dispute, which may happen where contractual claims are linked to statutory claims or local law issues. Fourth, state entities often. Respected delegates, visitors and participants, for India Construction with 2020 Digital, Reviving Construction Industry in Post-COVID World, organized by CIDC and CISE, I am grateful to DG CIDC and Member Secretary CISE for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts through my paper Systematic Approach for Dispute Resolution in Joint Venture Contract for Construction Industry. Myself, Engineer Vaibhav Gupta, I have done BTech Civil and presently working in Highway Department on various projects for a well-known public sector undertaking known as RITES. I am also life member of various prestigious professional organizations like Indian Road Congress, Indian Building Congress and Indian Concrete Institute. Now, I would like to discuss my paper. With the construction industry slowly regaining momentum, joint ventures are becoming popular for contractors to accelerate their recovery. Entering into a JV with another company provide a new market, new building technology, additional financing and bonding capacity. Joint ventures involve partners from different countries. Arbitration of joint venture disputes raises various issues which needs expertise of the arbitral tribunal in dealing these issues. Now, what is joint venture? A joint venture is not a precisely defined legal concept. A joint venture is a business undertaking by two or more persons engaged in a single defined project. In general, JVs are based on the idea that each partner will contribute. In the case of a JV, all members of the group shall be jointly and severally liable for the performance of whole contract. Now I would like to discuss need to arbitrate joint venture disputes. By agreeing to refer dispute to arbitration in the joint venture agreement, first, the joint venture partners can appoint their own arbitral tribunal. Second, choose a seat of arbitration that is pro-arbitration. Third, the number of arbitrators, their qualifications, and the language of the arbitration. Fourth, whether the arbitration is to be administered by an arbitral institutional, etc. Fifth, a party freedom to choose an arbitrator and to contribute to the selection of a presiding arbitrator is particularly valuable in JV disputes. In addition, the arbitral proceedings and the documents on the record are usually confidential. Next, jurisdiction. A number of jurisdictional difficulties arise in JV disputes. These include, first, the scope of the arbitration agreement. Second, non-signatures such as different companies in a group of companies. Third, sometimes a respondent will deny the arbitrability of a dispute, which may happen where contractual claims are linked to statutory claims or local law issues. Fourth, state entities often rely on statutory constraints under local law to avoid accountability to their contractual partners. Next, issues to be considered for framing claims. First, all claims to be formulated as claims for breach of the joint venture agreement in the first place. The joint venture agreement is governed by the law of a particular jurisdiction chosen by the parties. The law may include certain rights and remedies of stakeholders, prohibitions on self-dealing, and rules of contractual interpretation. Such provisions to be considered in formulating claims. In joint venture arbitrations, the JVA is sometimes governed by the laws of jurisdiction A, whereas the joint venture company may be incorporated in jurisdiction B. Therefore, the claimant claims under the joint venture agreement will have to consider the laws of jurisdiction B in doing so. The governing law of the JVA may also offer tools to close gaps in the parties' express agreement. The challenge to a claimant is to bridge the gap between a general obligation and a specific breach that occurred in a particular case. Next, raising of claims in joint venture disputes. A claimant must first decide what it wants to achieve in the arbitration. If the claimant wants to recover substantial damages, then there is no point in bringing a claim that will lead only to a declaration or order for specific performance. Next, defending claims by the respondent in JV disputes. A respondent can adopt the following tactics in defending possible arbitration claims. First, shifting the blame on the claimant or other partners in the JV. Second, a respondent accused of acting uncooperatively in the management of the joint venture company may be able to argue that the claimant was really at fault or that actions of another partner being uncooperatively caused the loss or damage in question. Third, a respondent may deflect blame by showing that wider changes in the market, industry sector, or regulatory requirements in fact caused the JV to fail. Fourth, parties often describe their contractual obligations using general terms such as best efforts and cooperation. Fifth, usually a claimant will define such terms broadly, but respondent to redefine them more restrictively, thus limiting the scope of its obligations. A respondent excuses its conduct on the basis that it was required to act or not to act in a certain way by a third party. It may rely on the doctrine of force majeure. Next, issues relating to arbitration of joint venture disputes. Following are the various issues which needs examination for systematic approach. First, arbitral tribunal has to decide the arbitrability of the dispute. Second, most of the disputes arising out of or in relation to joint venture agreements are arbitrable. Third, this includes issues relating to breach of contract, competition law, and intellectual property rights. Fourth, under the law of some jurisdictions such as France, Spain, and Brazil, issues relating to the validity of registered rights are deemed non-arbitrable. Other issues usually considered non-arbitrable including bankruptcy and matters involving corruption and fraud. Minorities, shareholder claims, and statutory claims in journal are excluded from arbitration in some jurisdictions. These are typically provided for by company legislation in the jurisdiction where the joint venture company is incorporated. This jurisdiction does not necessarily correspond to either the arbitration seat or the applicable law. Next, interim relief to claimant in joint venture disputes. Interim relief is very important in joint venture disputes precisely because the faith of a company may well result in a loss that cannot be compensated with monetary damages, especially where the company faces a loss of goodwill or of established client relationships or risk confidential materials becoming public. Finally, I would like to conclude my paper. The globalization of international business relationships leads inherently to both a proliferation of international joint venture and multi-party collaboration agreements. Arbitration is a neutral dispute resolution method for international disputes, even true for joint venture disputes. The practice of international arbitration constantly brings us back to its founding principle of party autonomy. Although it gives a great flexibility, the contractual nature of arbitration in some respects limits its span and its applications. Parties and their counsels should be aware of these limitations and understand the issues well enough to overcome them. In fact, most of the limitations of arbitration can be surmounted with appropriate contract drafting, provided that possible future disputes are thought through the outset and their consequences anticipated. Minority shareholder claims and statutory claims in journal are excluded from arbitration in some jurisdictions. These are typically provided for by company legislation in the jurisdiction where the joint venture company is incorporated. This jurisdiction does not necessarily correspond to either the arbitration seat or the applicable law. Finally, I would like to thank once again everyone for patiently hearing me. Thank you.
My name is Krishan Kant. I am a BTech from IIT Madras and have done post-graduation from IIT Delhi. I worked with CPWD and also with international organizations and now working as an arbitrator. Today, I would like to discuss with you how proper drafting of contract agreements can avoid disputes.
Respected Delhi.
My name is Krishan Kant. I am a BTech from IIT Madras and have done post-graduation from IIT Delhi. I worked with CPWD and also with international organizations and now working as an arbitrator. Today, I would like to discuss with you how proper drafting of contract agreements can avoid disputes and also present a case study. As we all know, arbitration is being adopted as alternate dispute resolution mechanism on account of its being more economical and faster in settling disputes. It has been seen that most of the disputes in construction industry arise on account of faulty or ambiguous agreement documents or conditions. More often than not, these ambiguities arise in the contract documents on account of the modifications or changes which are being done by the clients before call of tenders in the standard contract documents such as FIDIC or CPWD general conditions of contract. Reasons of these self-created deficiencies and anomalies are directly attributable to changes being carried out by tender inviting agencies, without taking into account the implications such changes may have on standard conditions of the contract. We all know that the construction industry is more prone to contractual disputes on account of various factors such as dependency on large number of agencies, consultants, experts, suppliers, and long duration of contracts having large value of work, and number of reciprocal promises that each party has to meet with, non-externalization of construction practices, and variety of materials not having any approval from any particular institution also causes problem. Most of these uncertainties can be taken care of to a great extent if the preparation and finalization of contract documents is done with great care and diligence which it deserves. Many times it is seen that there are apparent errors in the contract documents which result in disputes at a later date. These include drawings being not coordinated, bill of quantities, specifications and drawings projecting different parameters which do not tally with each other. I would like to emphasize only on a limited aspect of contract document which, if taken care of, would result in better contract administration and reduction in disputes. First important aspect while drafting contract document is that the language used in the agreement should be clear and unambiguous. There should be no repetition of the conditions which are already given in the general conditions of the contract to avoid confusion. Scope of work and location of the work should be precisely defined. And more important is that the scope of work should not be changed during the course of work as it causes most problems. The schedule of quantities attached with the contract document should be prepared with due care after seeing that there is no discrepancy between the specifications, drawings and item now framed in the agreement. It is found that most of the times bill of quantities are defective. Either quantities taken are less or more, or some of the items are not included, which result in variations and deviations at a later date, causing problem on account of fixation of rates, which is always a problem. Another important aspect to be kept in view is the mode of measurement. Contract document must clearly specify how the measurements are to be taken for various works. And there should be no element of doubt in this respect. To cite an example, I am now going to present a case study how lack of specific mention of mode of measurement led to a big dispute and how it was resolved. The work I am discussing about was a special tubular steel truss structure, and the contract provided that the mode of measurement and payment shall be based on net length of MS tubes, steel hollow sections as fixed in work. So the two important parts were net length was to be measured and which is actually fixed in the work, that only was to be paid, and that was to be paid as per the standard tables or actual weight, whichever is lesser. The rate applied to all heights and depths, sizes, shapes and included all cuts and wastes. Dispute arose in regard to interpretation of the word net length as fixed in work. For arriving at the weight of various members, it was necessary that the net length of each member as fixed in work was measured correctly, multiplying the same with the unit weight for the member. Lapse in contract document was that the net length was never defined anywhere in the contract document. There was no dispute in regard to the unit weight of the members, and both parties agreed on the same. Dispute was only in regard to the mode of measurement to be adopted to measure the net length. To achieve the required configuration of various structural members, individual members were required to be cut not only in required lengths, but also were to be given specified shapes at the ends to fit into the assembly. The assembled members could not be weighed directly, and hence it was necessary to propel fabrication of shop drawings, and the measurements were to be based on such drawings, which were again based on structural drawings issued by the client. As the term net length had not been defined anywhere in the contract, it led to dispute on the methodology to be adopted for working out the net length of various members. Both parties interpreted the net length in their own way. The client measured net length as average of averages, that is, it measured length of each face of the structural member and then took average of the same, and these measurements were taken for a few selected members, and the percentage arrived at for cuts etc. was applied for all the members. According to client, no payment is required to be made for skew cuts, and net length measured as obtained after making deductions for skew cuts. The contractor, on the other hand, measured overall length of the member from which individual members were cut and used in fabrication work and adopted as net length. So that was the total length of the member which was taken for into the fabrication. There being large variations in the net length worked out by the two parties, and the contract being silent in the matter as to how to measure the net length, the dispute arose, and which was referred to arbitration. The interpretation and methodology which were adopted by the parties to arrive at net length were not found acceptable by the tribunal, who observed that the contract assembly provided the contract specifically provided for measurements of net length as fixed in work, which criteria was not satisfied by either of the two approaches adopted by the parties. As there was no specific method given in the contract for arriving at the net length as fixed in the work, the tribunal suggested and adopted center line method, and it was used for calculating the quantities which were payable. The method was accepted by both parties for arriving at the net length. To ensure that the measurements were done in a proper and consistent way, the AT also laid down methodology of measurements. Contract already stated that no payment was to be made for skew cuts and wastages. The intention of contract was to make payment for structural members as fixed in the work. For a structure of this magnitude, it was not possible to weigh each and every member or truss or assembly. Hence, recourse was taken to taking measurements from fabrication or shop drawings for calculation of lengths, sizes of members as fixed in the assembly. Quantification of structural steel work was got done through an independent expert agency, and it was accepted by both parties. Hence, the importance of mode of measurement can be appreciated by all, and it is necessary that it is mentioned. And not only this, any other discrepancy which is left in the contract document always results in disputes and can be avoided by proper drafting of contract documents. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Sanjay Goel. First of all, I sincerely appreciate CIAC, Dr. Savroop and Shri O.P. Gupta ji, who has thought about this theme, that what are the claims and how they shall be prepared due to the impact of lockdown caused by COVID-19. Foremost is the quantified demand from the party who suffered losses shall be presented instantaneously. The interpretation of contract and law regarding the admissibility may be pondered successively. In our country, less than 50% claims for losses reach to the level of arbitration. The rest of the genuine claims are not being prepared due to various other reasons. If we consider the award ratio is approximately 60% in the arbitration, then it can be seen that the project recovers approximately 30% of the losses incurred. Due to this minimal and sluggish recovery ratio, the construction companies are exceedingly stressed, which affects the implementation of the project and hence growth of the country. Hence, this subject is very important as thought out by CIAC. Now, how to prepare and evaluate these claims which could be easily understood and awarded by the adjudicating body and could be upheld in courts. To prepare fair and reasonable claims towards the losses incurred due to lockdown caused by the COVID-19, let us visualize a situation that what would be the cost and time upon the completion of the project without the impact of lockdown vis-a-vis the revised cost and time after the lockdown. The underlying thought of the claims preparation shall be to have a mindset of recovering actual losses suffered, not for making profits. It shall be understood that the other party also suffered losses from whom the recovery of losses is being sought. The lockdown period has two phases. The first phase in which loss of productivity is 100%. And the second phase wherein the loss of productivity varied from 100 to nil till it regains complete pace of work. The losses for the first period is a bit easier to calculate, while for the second phase are a bit complex. Along with the monetary losses, the compensation of loss towards awarded time require equal attention, rather more. So, first of all, let us talk about the methodology of claiming time losses. Now, how to claim the time? First is extension of time. Extension of time application shall be prepared and submitted. Now, how to prepare this application? The time extension application shall clearly demonstrate the comparison of critical path activities before and after the lockdown. The revised construction program shall cover impact of delay due to remobilization of labor and financial arrangements, etc. till the original pace is restored. This EOT claimed may not be equal to the actual time loss of lockdown. The mitigation of time loss on critical path activities shall be done wherever possible. It is suggested that no other events other than the lockdown impact shall be added in the EOT application. The approval of a revised construction program shall eliminate the possibility of levying liquidated damages and approval of price adjustment for the extended period, which is a big immediate relief. Now, after the time compensation, we have to prepare the monetary compensation. Now, methodology for compiling the monetary losses. Now, these losses are of various categories. Now, we have tried to cover these losses, all these losses into 4 buckets. Now, the bucket number A, direct losses incurred. Bucket number B, claims pertaining to time related cost, which varies basically based on the time. Then financial losses, and last is indirect losses, D. Now, various formula internationally had been used by different countries, different engineers, some of which are important are Hudson formula, Eichre formula, Emden formula, and actual losses incurred. Now, till date, no final formula had been decided either by the arbitrators or by the courts. All these formula have their pros and cons. Some have this advantage, some have the other advantage and disadvantages. But we have, in our experience, we have found that methodology which gives the losses equals to the actuals had generally been accepted by the arbitrators, and the courts had hardly challenged this approach. Now, what is that methodology? That methodology is basically a combination of all these formulas. Now we go to different type of 4 buckets. Number A is direct losses incurred. Direct losses incurred is easier to calculate. This is basically actual losses incurred towards payment made to laborers, including demobilization and mobilization cost of the laborers. Second in this category is idling cost of machinery based on applicable norms of machinery that was in use earlier and in working condition. The machinery shall be linked to the activities that were being performed prior to the lockdown. A machinery which is standing idle for 1 year cannot be claimed here. The repair cost of the machinery shall also be added, and the machinery shall be in working condition. A machinery which is breakdown for long cannot be claimed. Additional cost resulted due to increased cost of labor and material, if any, after the lockdown, not covered in the contract price adjustment formula, shall also be added. Some variations could also be triggered due to resequencing and change of nature of work, or there may not be any extra item rate for such kind of work. They shall be also added. Now the big bucket of the losses is time related cost. These losses shall be linked to the revised construction program. So after the revised construction program is finalized, we have to calculate these time related costs. In this category, we have additional cost towards extension of bank guarantees, extension of insurance policies, various policies, including the labor policies, etc. Site overheads. Site overhead can be 10 type of site overhead, including securities, watch and ward, and so many, depending upon the type of project and nature of overheads being kept in your books. Then head office overheads. It can be actual, spread over the various turnover and various projects, and it can be on the Hudson formula also. Then holding charges at ports, revised terms of overseas and Indian contract of procurement of material, machinery, extension of warranties, guarantees of equipment. So like this is mainly applicable in OEM contracts. Then financial losses. Additional financing costs incurred towards the loans and advances that were delayed due to lockdown to the extent required to execute this work. Financial cost that would result due to additional loan requirement after the lockdown. Then indirect losses, loss of opportunity cost and loss of profit. I guess that should not be charged at this stage. Delayed recovery of revenue and profit based on the construction program. That can be a big claim. Impact of concurrency in various claims shall be enumerated. All these claims shall be calculated for the first phase where we have zero progress. For the second phase, we have a partial progress. Okay. Steps for submission of claim. Briefly, submission of letter intimating of the events and losses, intimating about the subheads, intimating about the cost, interim evaluation on weekly or monthly basis, then final evaluation of claim. Last is what are the records required to be kept and submitted to support this claim. Like everybody knows, salary sheets of muster roll of manpower, staff, etc., machinery logbook, invoices, actual payment proof of bank guarantees and insurances, proof towards site overheads, CA certificate of the financial cost, contracts and various work order, etc., etc. There is a long list. So thank you very much for giving me chance to present in front of you about this very, very important topic. I hope that you all will submit your claims immediately after the lockdown is open. Thank you, Dr. Swaroop and Dr. Gupta once again. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. And thank you for being part of this event. I am Ratan K. Singh. I am advocate and arbitrator. I am fellow of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. I am fellow of Malaysian Institute of Arbitrators. I am fellow of alternate AIADR. I am fellow of FPD. I am fellow senior action law and construction arbitration. I very interesting, very, very important for the present time. So may I say this? In this field of economics, hysteresis refers to an event in the economy that persists into the future, even after the factors that led to that event have been removed. The coronavirus pandemic, or COVID-19, had such an effect, one that will last even after humankind finds a means to purge it. In the same way, virtual hearings and remote advocacy are here to stay long after COVID-19. In a way, COVID-19 accelerated the adoption of virtual mode for arbitration purposes and brought closure what was once considered far off. That does give rise to the question if this is adoption or adaptation in the present circumstances played by the pandemic. Whatever it may be, it is nevertheless clear that practitioners, arbitrators and users have to up the ante and broaden their horizon of arbitration practice by learning new tools and techniques. Initially, only certain procedural sittings were conveniently held through teleconferencing, which moved to video conferencing. What we are witnessing now is a complete shift, or paradigm shift, to virtual mode of from commencement of arbitration to pronouncement of final award. That apart, the virtual arbitration may potentially be considered so versatile as to fit to arbitrations of all forms and sizes. Hence, its popularity and relevance in the post-crisis scenario is utmost. In fact, we have been so caught up in this crisis that its effects sometimes go unnoticed. For example, it has radically cut down domestic and local travel time in a way that has increased preparation time for counsels, reduced the hassle with voluminous physical papers, and allowed operating from the comfort of your home office, thus increasing productivity. Another subtle effect, specifically in the Indian context, is seen in the number of sessions tribunals can hold per day. Since tribunals in India have the habit of holding hearings, that is 2 or 2.5 hours per session, the increase in time opens up the possibility for adjustable schedules or holding more hearings in the same day. We will therefore see the key advantages and disadvantages of virtual hearings and then move into discoursing about its adoption rather than adaptation in one can imagine that some of these features of virtual hearings have an amplified effect when considering international arbitration. Before I shift to various challenges and lessons learned, particularly in the Indian context, let me say that my experiences of virtual hearings are derived from various domestic and international arbitration during this pandemic.